p.m. and we are here for our first work session for the upcoming budget season. This is the budget work session for the Town of Narragansett fiscal year 2027 budget with our finance director and staff. So I'm going to welcome you all here and thank you all for being here. I know that a lot of time and energy and effort goes into creating this budget every year, and we're also here I think at least a couple weeks earlier than we were last year, so I know exceptional amount of added effort all around, so really appreciate you all being here and the amount of energy that went into this. So I'll pass the baton over to our finance director, or town manager, who will give us an overview of what's going to be looked at this evening.
Good evening to the town council, those in attendance tonight, and those watching from home. This evening we'll be presenting the proposed town budget for the next fiscal year. It's been a long and labor-intensive process preparing this budget for presentation as we start planning pretty shortly after the current fiscal year budget gets adopted. In October, I requested all department heads prepare their capital request, and then what follows is many meetings, emails, and phone calls, and a lot of research. In February, I provide the town council with the proposed capital budget plan, followed by the operating budget in March, which is followed by more meetings, public hearings, and work sessions. I firmly believe we have the best staff, best managers, and best department heads in the state. Our finance director is highly knowledgeable and shares the strategic planning thought process that I embrace for all of our staff, and they also do that as they think forward during the budget process and enhancing our services that we provide. The town has received in the past from our auditors a term of no findings from the auditor, which is consistent when a community is well-run and fiscally responsible. We enjoy the bond rating of AA+, which is an excellent rating. We plan ahead strategically, prioritizing initiatives and projects. We maximize our general fund revenues to continue to provide all essential and, more importantly, enhanced services to our community. Of the 4 communities with a lower tax rate than Narragansett, they don't provide the full level of paid services that Narragansett provides. 3 of them have no paid fire or rescue. None have a full school system, and all have a significantly lower population. It was the same in 2019. And the team continues to provide excellent services, which we saw again during the blizzard. This evening, you will be presented with a proposed budget, keeping in mind that this is all subject to change as you review and develop a consensus on any changes that you would be interested in pursuing. Please let us know during these work sessions of changes, not by vote, but by general consensus that you would like us to amend or research for our next meeting. It has also been brought to my attention from the public. We'd ask everyone who's speaking to make sure their microphone is on and to speak into the microphone. Now, without much further delay, I'd like to introduce the best municipal finance director in the state to proceed with our budget presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So the budget work session, the booklet, every department has, almost every department, in that big booklet, has an org chart, there's a mission statement, there's an increase and a decrease to the operating budget page. Behind that, there's a summarized screenshot of the budgets. There's a department request for capital and the town manager's approved listing. And there's also a condensed version of revenue and expenses and capital projects, which we can get to later. In this presentation, there's several slides that are duplicates from the first public hearing, but they bear repeating. So, oops. Remember this one? The budget overview of operating, as you can see, 93% of this is compensation and transfers. I need to reiterate that because that leaves 7% for supplies, utilities, telephone, electric, gas, all that stuff, purchase services, etc. So you can see there's little wiggle room. Again, the impact on taxes, the rate went up, will be going up to, if you approve this, $6.96. That's a 17 cents per thousand increase for the residential rate, and the current rate is $6.79 per thousand. Although it's a 4% tax levy increase, it only equates to a 2.4 increase in the tax rate. That'll generate $2.4 million in revenue. This is the slide that I like to show, and the difference between going up 2% in the tax levy and 4% in the tax levy, and how that affects the rate. Yes, that's it.
Can you
Okay.
just give us, I know you've, at least two council members were away last budget work sessions. Can you just give a soundbite on the 4%, that being like the max?
Sure. So the 4% tax levy increase is the max that we can do by state law, by state legislation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a 20% increase in the valuations. That's the year we have our statistical reval. We'll be starting that soon. The big changes in the budget that I'll highlight is finance requested one additional position, FTE, full-time equivalent. There's also an additional $200,000 in the budget in tax assessor for the reval. DPW has an additional position request in highway and in maintenance department, another one, and there is a slight increase in pavement management, an increase of $100,000. Parks and Recreation is also requesting an additional FTE in the maintenance division. Fire is, they had a request in the capital to renovate fire stations 1 and 3 on some much-needed equipment and structure issues. It was taking out of the capital, and it's our intent and hope that we get consensus to put it on a request on the 2026 bond referendum, the ballot, to go for a $3 million bond to fix stations 1 and 3. And if we need to get into more detail later, Fire Chief is here. Okay? Police, there's no significant requests. Town Clerk has a promotion of a Council 94 to a mid-management position. Building inspection, I put a clerk there. It's really not. It's a .5 position in enforcement. And there's another promotion from a Council 94 to a 1033 mid-management as administrator, office administrator. Rental registration, they had a huge reduction in their budget because we eliminated the short-term rental software and consultants that was in the budget for two years now. Community development, no significant increase. They have an additional request in capital for the second year of their comprehensive plan. It's about $75,000. There's our capital projects I show you all the time. They continue to increase. They're always around $2 to $3 million worth of operating funds. This is a synopsis of the town manager cuts. So you can see a lot of vehicles continue to be cut. And Parks and Recreation, they have lighting, the skate park, which I believe Mr. Collins will want to talk about. Equipment, building renovations. We took out of her request the maintenance shop renovations and Sprague Park shed. And that we hope to put on the $8 million bond that we've been discussing. Also with DPW, they had some building renovations. That is also going to be included in the $8 million bond with the town hall renovations and the continuation of roads and storm drains. Vehicles for the fire department and a vehicle for DPW. Those are the heavy equipment vehicles we were talking about with the fire pumper and the Vector truck, I guess you would call it. And it's our intention, if we get approval or the authority To move forward with ordering those, we would issue debt as it gets closer, because you have a certain timeline when you issue debt to get pay for the project, and if it's a 2-year waiting period, we would be over that limit. So we'd have to wait to issue the debt until it got closer to delivery date. We're having a problem with the turnover on these big vehicles. They're taking a couple of years. Okay. So some of the assumptions, again, the state aid and reimbursements are projected. The town manager's cuts to the capital that I just went over, I don't think I need to repeat that. The reduction in operating is mostly is $377,000. Again, most of this operating is compensation, and in this budget workbook, you see that compensation all the way through each department. The school department is asking for a 2.3% increase over last year, $674,000. We have the medical and dental estimated in the current budget as 10% and 8%. The library has an increased request of, an additional $172,791. That is basically for the property insurance of the new library building. It went up over $100,000.
And that's in the current proposed?
That's
or is
in
that
the
something
current
additional?
proposed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Also, there's a transfer to Sunset Farms to fund the capital project for the roof. That fund does not generate income. Right. And then there's the debt service issuance of hopefully that $8 million, $8.5 million, because that will include the housing that you approved the other night. Here's the bond right here. So with consensus, we can move forward with issuing the $8.5 million bond. Again, $8 million, it's $5 million for roads and storm drains, $3 million for town infrastructure, which would be the town hall continuation, DPW, Westmoreland facilities with security and heating, and Parks and Recs, again, maintenance shop, and the Sprague shed, which is basically falling apart. And then with that, we'll do the $500,000 for affordable housing. It's the intent to have this closed before the end of the fiscal year. I leave the $1.1 million for heavy equipment. Repeating again, the fire pumper and the Vector truck. I spelled that wrong. According to the charter, we can go out and issue debt. The town can issue debt up to 1.5% of the operating budget without going to the ballot, without going to the voters. What we need from the town council is approval to order the vehicles. So if there's consensus, we can bring that to the one of the meetings coming up, town council meetings, for a vote. And that's the one we would issue debt closer to delivery date. All right, so for considerations, again, the finance specialist is the additional position. DPW has a driver and a mechanic. Parks and Recreation's requesting a heavy equipment operator. The two promotions, the building inspection clerk would be the department administration department head, and the town clerk is would be from Council 94 to 1033. The deputy town clerk would be promoted. There's also a promotion requested for community development, one position to be promoted to senior planner. It's not up here, but it is a request in the budget. You can pencil that in. What's currently not in the budget is the $50,000 request from Affordable Housing Trust for annual contribution or transfer of funds to the Affordable Housing Trust. Any additional notes or issuances of bonds that might be needed for maybe the home repair program, additional property? Right now, we only have the $500,000. In the special appropriations, the request went up $21,100. There's 4 increases requested and 1 new request. That's pointed out a little bit later. And again, potential ballot questions. There's always the wastewater facility plan. We're still in discussion with that, with Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, our bond counsel and financial manager. Fire stations 1 and 3, which I talked about, and I brought back the Narrow River dredging, so we wouldn't forget about that. So these adjustments have happened since we developed this budget. There's been a substantial increase in healthcare costs. It's an additional $215,000 of employer costs to the budget, on top of what we have right now. I have the FTE request for Parks and Rec as a maintenance person and a laborer, but it was requested a heavy equipment operator. That would be an additional $10,000. We have a contract for e-waste hauling at Rose Hill. That's an additional $5,200 that came in. A restock of violation books for municipal court in the police department, $2,000. If we go to the debt for the fire pumper and the Vector vehicle, that was included in the bond debt service originally. I took it out, so that's a $96,000 savings. This is some legislation to watch for. They are talking again about phasing out the local meals and beverage tax, and that would be a pretty good hit to the town. It'd be over $1 million loss in revenue. They're talking about phasing it out 25% each year until 2030. It would be gone completely. Full exemption for 65-year-old primary residents, and they have to be a resident of Rhode Island for 40 years. Just the thought of how you figure that out, 40 years. And it would be, it's hard to determine what that would be as far as fiscal impact, but the 40-year Rhode Island resident, I can't, anyways. That's on the books, that's what's going through. There's also a bill going through for a waiver on interest for overdue taxes for commercial properties, the same as our residential residents. Currently, that'd be about a $420,000 loss to the town. There's also enabling legislation talking about, this is on top of the non-resident conveyance tax. So this is enabling legislation for municipalities to set an additional conveyance tax of up to $10 every $500 in excess of $90,000 for affordable housing. The caveat to that is if it has to be allocated in 2 years, and if not, that the money gets transferred to the state housing agency. So our taxpayers pay it, and if we don't spend it in 2 years, it goes to the state. So at this point in the booklet, I'm just going to go over quickly. It's towards the back. I know next year maybe I'll have page numbers. But it's like the last back 10 pages. And that's going to be the pension. It looks like this, pension and OPEB. At home, right towards the back. I know Mr. Durkin was asking about this. Can you put the microphone, please? I'm sorry.
Those, you know the bills you just talked about, right? The
Yes.
state bills? I don't see those in here. Yeah? Oh, okay. I got them.
Okay. Did you find it?
Thanks, yeah.
It's like 10 pages back. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
But anyways, just so I can talk about it while you're looking, it's not a big deal. So the pension fund, in 2024, 7/1/24, the pension fund was funded at 73.5%. We increased that to 78.6% this year. The closed pension, which is the police pension 1666, was at 93.7% last year, and this year it's over 100% funded at 106.8%. So we're doing some work with Nyhart and our financial team to see how to incubate that so it lasts a while without putting more money into it. OPEB was at 42.8%. This year is at 44.2%. So needless to say, all of them are doing better. Then on the next page is the actuarial determined contributions. And that lists what the town, police, fire, library, and school pay compared 24 to 25. You can see that's quite a large sum. On average, it's about 48% of the budget, of the salaries. So pretty much 50% of all the salaries we pay, we have to put that amount towards the pension. So the town employees at 40.1, the police is at 62.7% of their salaries goes into the pension, and the fire is 52.9, library 38.4, and the school department is 42.3%.
Is the decrease for some of these due to just the staffing that's been cut, or?
It's just a bunch of different assumptions. The return, rate of return that we received back, the age of the people remaining on the policy, mortality rates. There's a few different assumptions that go into this actuarial number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the next page, last year in 2024, or the current year we're in, we were paid $3.3 million in the town pension. This year, it went down a little bit, just about 3.2%. Again, we had good returns, so that helped. So with that, you can ask questions. The staff are here if you need to answer, if you need more answers from them, or if you have any questions on the PowerPoint or anything that you've gone over in the budget.
Thank you. Just so that I'm understanding the format here, in the past, we were like going through different portions. Are we not doing that this time around? It's just as needed?
Yes.
Okay.
The biggest thing is the capital, obviously. The positions I went over,
Yep.
so that's for consensus or that's for discussion. The capital projects, those are always open to, those are the big ones, so.
Yep.
But there's not much room with utilities, with supplies, with professional development, with purchase service.
Mr. President, on the operating, as Christine said, the positions that are listed, which are the significant increases to the operating as opposed to the regular compensation, FICA, pension contributions and whatnot. We do have the department heads here. They presented the case for each of those positions. Those are the big increase. Any increases in the operating is there, and along with the statistical revaluation, which is required by law, and, that we have to do anyway. But each department head will be able to describe in detail their need for those positions, and that's what they're here for this evening if needed. And we'll do that also with capital on some of the capital expenses, okay?
Okay. Does anyone have any general questions for Christine before, possibly like going through and asking specific questions related to individual budgets? Actually, I was wondering if you could just give an additional soundbite on the bond, where we currently are in that. Do you need like a general consensus on that right now? And like what the next steps would be on that?
Right, because we're scheduled for, to go to bond sale and get S&P interviews for our rating. And then obviously the signing is going to be the week of June 15th with the closing or the sale at the following week.
And then can you
for the
just,
8.5.
oh, sorry. And then can you just, again, just for the general public, I'm just trying to make this as simple as possible to understand what that 8.5 million would be used for.
Sure.
General consensus probably understands it up here, but it's just good to hear it.
Sure. So it's going to be the continuation of our road projects. I think it's finishing phase 3, starting phase 4, and designing phase 5. And also for storm drains on Bayberry and Spring Street, storm drains. That's about 1.1 million of that money. And Town Hall, continue this project. Hopefully, we'll get some HVAC once everything else is done. The Westmoreland facility for DPW would be security and heating improvements. And then for Parks and Recreation would be the maintenance shed, well, Sprague shed and the maintenance shop, which are they need some restorations, renovations. And the 0.5 is the $500,000 that you approved, council approved at the March meeting for the purchase of property.
Thank you.
You're
And I know that that was already
That's okay.
said in the presentation. It was just good to just hear that one more time.
That's fine.
Does anyone on the council have any questions on the specifics of the bond? I think this is a necessary step for us to take, but I'd be curious to hear feedback from you guys.
So my concern about the bond is that we've talked about a lot of different things for affordable housing, and I think we have a consensus to approve the progress of affordable housing when it comes to like repairs, and so I feel like it's going to cost us more money to take out less money than it would cost us to just take out the money and start divvying it out to these projects that we have talked about in council. Can you give me an idea of what you think about that?
Right, well, first, I can say that there is a timeline for bond money, right? So if I just took it out, it's got to be within a certain time frame that you spend it, and that's not really what's happening here. This affordable housing has to be treated a little bit differently. This cost of issuance, normally in 2024 with the library and the road bond, it was like 6.4 million, and it was just about $72,000 for the closing. There is no percentage, there's just fees.
Right, but the 72 is what?
It was 6.4 million.
So that's about 10% or 1%?
Well, I don't know if that matters. There's bond counsel, depending on how hard or how much work he does on the bond.
Oh, it's always different?
The financial advisor, PFM, Steve Massaroni, they have their fees. You have the S&P rating call. We have the paying agent, U.S. Bank usually, and then the bidding platform, and then the distribution and printing. So that was 2 years ago at $71,250. I would imagine prices are higher now, and it depends on what rates we get from everybody. It's not a set rate.
Chris, could I just chime in on the 8.5, different from the 3 million from the housing? The 8.5 is, so you say, shovel ready. We're ready to roll on these projects right now. And the reason we request a consensus on this is so that we can move forward to issue it. It's already been approved by the voters that we have that line of credit per se. But that's shovel-ready work, and the 0.5 is to reimburse the town for the purchase of the Point Judith Road facility, property.
No, I do get that. I'm just worried that all of these projects that affordable housing is suggesting, I don't want to push them off too far. Like, I don't want them to wait a whole nother year to
They don't have to, when they need the money, that's why I'm asking if they need additional bond or notes to issue, I don't know.
Okay.
All I know is the property.
Yeah, we put in what the known is, and what the known is the 500,000 for that property. That's the known for that. For the other projects, for instance, the lease to local discussion and the repair program, it hasn't been adopted yet. The program was named, but the policies and procedures and funding has not been laid out yet. So there is, obviously, the bond is there for the affordable housing, the $3 million that could be used for that, but we wouldn't issue it until such time as we knew where the money was going.
So for clarification, can we issue it this year if we pass it?
Pass the,
Like the idea of year-round rentals or repairs for houses and things
right,
like that.
I would see, we
Yes.
would, yeah, we'd be able to. We'd just check with bond counsel on the appropriate way to roll it out, but yes.
Yes,
Okay.
because it's already been approved. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, the vote has already approved it.
It's already been
just-
authorized.
Just when the council
It's
wants to.
just when you're ready.
Sure, I
when
just don't want the
affordable housing is
Affordable Housing
ready.
Committee to be stressed.
Right, and I know what you're saying about the piecemeal. You know, obviously, the 500,000 won't be paying the majority of these closing costs. It would be broke up accordingly. So they'd pay a smaller, much smaller portion. Maybe 4,000. I don't know. I can't be exact yet because I don't have exact numbers. But it would be a smaller portion. If we went out again, maybe we would go to a bank directly. So we wouldn't be going out to a full bond where it has to be put out there, have to be placed out for bidding and get another S&P rating call. We probably wouldn't need that. We might be able to go to a bank. So it would be less to issue.
Okay. I
Okay.
just don't want to spend $75,000 every time we want to take a little piecemeal from that $3 million.
Give or take.
Yeah.
Right, they wouldn't have to, unless we went to, like I said, a big bond like this,
Okay.
where you have to go through all these steps. We could just maybe go to a bank to get the home repair program.
Okay,
The
thank you
bond
so
can't fund the other piece. The bond can't fund the, what do you call that, rent program?
The lease to local.
Lease to loan program,
Doesn't
yeah,
qualify.
that can't come out of the bond. But the home repair can.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions regarding the bond?
I'm thinking,
Hopefully I don't have the same question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, no, you go.
Yeah?
Yeah, 'cause-
I didn't know you were waiting.
No, go ahead.
All right, so the 500,000, right? So that's to purchase a piece of property for affordable housing. So we're not taking that right now from the $3 million bond, we're taking it from a bond that you guys are going to do in the next 2 months?
we're taking it from the 3 million.
Oh, you are.
We're just joining it with the 8 million.
Oh, you are, okay. Oh,
yeah, we're
okay.
gonna do it all
Oh,
together.
now I get it,
Yeah.
okay.
The 500,000 will be taxable, and the 8 million will be non-taxable.
Oh.
We're going to have two different series, a Series A and a Series B.
Right.
But we can do it as one sale.
Okay. Yeah, because those guys will want to know what's
Yeah.
up, so.
Yep.
Okay, that's good for that.
I think I was basically trying to understand the same thing. So the 500,000 will be taken out of the 3 million,
Correct.
and we will pay the fees to take that, to reimburse the town, is correct?
Right. The town would pay up front should that
For-
come to fruition soon, before we got the bond.
Bond, and then
Yes.
But it'll be a lot cheaper.
to do it that way? Yeah, okay, I think I understand it now,
Okay.
thank you.
Good.
Any other questions or comments on this? Is there a general consensus for our town finance director to move forward with this? I think we should. Is there anyone here who opposes moving forward with this?
Not that I necessarily oppose it, but are there any downsides to proceeding with this approach?
Can you say that again?
What are the downsides to proceeding with this approach, if any?
There are none, really, no. We've been, we had the $20,000 bond referendum on 22, I believe it was, in 22 ballot, I believe. We were issued for $20 million for road and infrastructure. And every few years, we go out to bond to continue the roads. We've just included infrastructure because we can't keep up with capital. The needs are coming and outweighing the affordability for the town. So we're using these different avenues to fund our infrastructure improvements.
Okay.
Make sense?
Ryan, the taxpayer-approved bonds have been used by every municipality in the state to accomplish what each community needs to get done. And as you can see from the tax structure in Narragansett, it's been very productive by keeping the tax rate low and providing the services. And the reason we discuss this now is it's a timely thing to get it done in this fiscal year so that we can apply it to this budget, because we really can't apply for it until we know what's going to be in the budget. Thank you.
I also want to add a note, too, just so you know, that the financial management, Steve Massaroni, he helped lay out the payments for this $8.5 million bond. I'm taking the $500,000 out of it because it's taxable. It's only payable over 10 years. It's going to be different. But the $8 million, we're just going to pay interest for the first 2 years. We're postponing principal until 2029. And what happens in 2029 is our big bond for Rhode Island, RIBEC, Rhode Island Housing and Education, something or other, I forget what it stands for, but it's RIBEC, and it's $1.5 million we pay every year for that debt. That will be off the books in 2029, and then the principal will kick in for this $8 million. So we're actually going to have savings while we issued more debt. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
The DPW Westmoreland facility, exactly how much is going towards that facility? That's Westmoreland Street?
Yeah.
Do you know what's being
That
done?
was about, yes.
Oh. And that's is that for structure, Steve, or is it for automobiles?
It's about 130,000. It's for fencing and security stuff. It's not for vehicles at all.
Yeah.
It's just for the facility itself.
And how is that facility? Is it tight over there? Are you tight with your property, or is it adequate?
We need to expand. I'm always looking for property that we could expand. I have a design for another building for a highway, because we have 8 bays at Public Works. 6 are being used by fleet, and fleet keeps expanding with the vehicle maintenance and upkeep of our vehicles. That's one of the reasons why we're asking for an additional mechanic. But my highway department division is getting pushed out of it, but they got nowhere to go right now. So they have 2 bays, and then all the equipment, we have $1 million worth of equipment sitting outside just getting weathered. And I'm looking into other options to put up a building to protect that equipment. But yeah, we're pretty tight over there. It's wetlands all around us, as you know. So
if like a piece of property came up that was
dry, that'd be great.
dry, and you could do 4 garages, or that would be very helpful, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And there's also equipment that you're looking at too, is it?
For the budget?
Yeah.
So what we did the last 2 years is we split funded a street sweeper. So we've already got half the money for a street sweeper to replace the 2013 model that we have. And this budget is the other half of that funding. And same thing with trucks. We're doing the same thing with trucks. With one big truck, we have funded that, and we're looking to finish funding the other half now so that we could get rolling on that. The Vector is that truck that we're talking about going to bond for. That truck is about $750,000. It's the one that cleans the catch basins, and we're required by the state to clean the drains and record all that as part of our MS4 and different reports that we have to do. We've done a lot of work to the truck we have now, and I'm hoping to get about $100,000 trade-in value with it. But it's a 2007. It's pretty old, so that's why we're looking to go that way with that truck.
Okay. And then I guess the next question I had was the Parks and Recreation Maintenance Shop. So that's the one over by the future bike path, right? That's the,
Yes, so that's the building, so just past the community center, right behind Sprague, third baseline.
yeah. So since the bike path's going through there, has it ever been looked at? Like, is that there because, I guess it's there because all the Parks and Rec is there, but, so you have lawn equipment there. Is that school department stuff, or is that all Parks and Rec stuff?
That's all parks maintenance equipment,
Parks maintenance
vehicles,
equipment.
yes. So that's the parks maintenance shop. That's its home, and it's been the home for 40 years, 50 years, yeah.
Right. Yeah, so it's like, it's just, you know, you think about the bike path now going through there, and you think about, hopefully, it's thought out well, you know, the backing out, and, I don't know, is the fencing being redone, or is it just the building?
Well, the fencing certainly would be redone with a whole building remodel.
Yeah.
And of course, based on the final design plans for the bike path, fencing will certainly have to be taken into consideration. I don't know if they plan on fencing off a portion of that dirt driveway
Yeah.
with the new bike path. It's something that should be considered for safety. We know a lot of the traffic just to and from the school, parents trying to get their kids to school. They might be running late, so a lot of people use that as a cut-through.
Right, right. It was brought up a lot of times when we were talking about the bike path, that being a safety issue, and, you know.
Correct, and of course, on the opposite side of that dirt road, my staff parks in that particular
Right,
dirt
right.
area there. So it would be nice down the road if we could get a plan together for building renovations that kind of, like DPW, where it was separate and all-inclusive, confined with fencing, so that dirt road and bike path weren't ever an issue.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be really nice if that was somewhere else in the property, but now that you know, I don't know where else that could be, actually, but since we're building a new building and the bike path, we know is going there. Anyway, that's all I have right now.
Any other questions on this?
Well, since we're in Parks and Rec, can I just ask a couple of questions about Park and Rec?
Well, actually, if you don't mind,
I can wait.
I thought what worked really well last year was, I know that there was some thorough overviews provided by each department head, not required this time around. We do have that information here, but what I will ask is for each department head to come up here as we go through the booklet. We're not going to do a line by line, but I just think it's a good opportunity for the council to be able to ask and engage with you directly. Any specific questions that they have. Parks and Rec is a big part of the budget, and I think there'll be an opportunity to do so at that time. But I just want to know if there's any general specific questions related to the bond. We don't need to get a consensus now. We can develop a consensus at the end of this, and I do want to be mindful of everyone's time. So I want to keep questions specific to each individual department, because I feel like this back and forth with the general table over there of the best employees in Narragansett may not be the best way for the general public to really understand the ins and outs of the budget. Is everyone okay if we proceed through the booklet? We'll start with the library.
Alex?
Yep.
That wasn't the intent, not to allow that to happen.
I didn't think
Yeah,
it was.
we wanted to give a brief overview, and we primarily wanted to get the information on the bond out initially. As I mentioned in a previous email about consensus and how important that is
Yes.
for the moving forward for the budget. What I would ask is, as we, in the order of the booklet, as we call people up, that we keep in mind that we focus on you can focus on whatever you want, but the significant differences in the operating budget, meaning new positions, the statistical reval, and then, of course, the capital budget, which is a big chunk of it. And the department heads, as they prepare those and meet with us, provide very good justification and passionate discussion of the importance of those particular items who are in the budget. So I would like to see us follow the order in which it is in the booklet, and then we stick to each topic as we go along for efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I didn't know that if there was like a special request that was made earlier to possibly start with the library first. It is in the little bit further part of the back. Is that okay if we start with the library and then go to the front?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will invite members of the library up first. I know that we have a representative here, and if there's anything that you want to speak to, more than happy to come up afterwards as well. Good evening. Oh, let's just, there you go.
Hello. Good, and you?
Do you want me to go through this first, or how would you like to see this done? It's just the mission statement, and then the
Yeah.
next page would be the increase and decrease.
I think, honestly, I don't think you,
Chris,
I don't think
Mike.
you really need to do anything specifically. This is more so that each department head just gives a quick soundbite as to what to expect in here and allow the council to just ask them questions directly.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, yes, this is a little bit further in, back in the packet. Donna found it, which is good. All right, good evening. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Glad to be here.
So if you wouldn't mind just providing a general high-level overview for the public and the town council, what we can expect to see in here and any additions to the budget this year that wasn't in last year.
So the one thing that you'll see in there is it's a $172,000 increase. That's primarily the insurance for the facility. It is, because it's twice the space, it goes from 9,000 square feet from the old building to a little over 18,000 square feet. In addition, with being located in a flood zone or a FEMA-dedicated flood area, that has increased our estimated insurance from $68,000 that we had budgeted for '26 to $192,000 that ended up being what they estimated for us. Other increases that are in there are essentially just standard COLA increase for staff.
Excellent. And within here, I know there was some general like learning curves with figuring out the budget when it comes to like heating, electricity, and I guess that's been baked in, thoroughly vetted. I know you got like the best board behind you supporting the library, so I just wanted to make sure that we got that on record, that that's been addressed for the upcoming year.
Yeah, it's been addressed.
Awesome. And then when it comes to staffing, we are in a good position there.
We're all
with
full up.
All positions, awesome. And then lastly, I had a question, and I can't, there was while you're here, there was some expression, some concerns expressed by residents regarding the different times in which the library was open, concerns about making sure enough money was allocated to the library in order to be open for certain hours. Has any decisions been made at this time regarding changing the hours of operation?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone have any specific questions? I'll start with you, Councilor Durkin.
So, is the library considered like an official shelter of the town, like during the storm? Was that something that was planned, or was it something that?
It's worked out. It's part of a heating and cooling center
Yeah.
for during emergencies, and we work with the Scott Partington over in the fire department. And when the town shuts down and people need a place to heat and whatnot, we have the ability to set up a partition, and the fire department is able to come in, open the facility, and make it available for members of the community that need a heating location, especially when they lose energy during like a blizzard or something like that, which we just had. That we are able to provide shelter for people during our normal hours of operation. And the fire department is able to send over a representative to keep an eye on the facility during that time. We have the backup generator that's in place to allow for the place to be constantly heated. and kept habitable during periods of time. So we've worked very close with them on that. Again, Scott did a wonderful job of helping get that, getting it staffed during our most recent snowstorm, and my staff was ready to get everything set up for them, so it was an easy transition for people to be able to use the heating and cooling center. I think we had over 25 individuals that used it in the past snowstorm, I believe it was, that we have recorded down. Yep.
So, do you have like carts and stuff and furniture for people to like sleep, or is it just they bring their own and they just stay warm and, you know?
The fire department brings over cots that get set up. We have a couple of cots that are on site, but they bring over cots with them and they set that up during the time period, depending on how extensive the storm is. We also have furniture in the facility already, so a couple of couches and chairs and stuff that we can already set up, and that already is made available. And again, in the most recent snowstorm that we had, because it was multiple days in which power was out for the town and residents needed more than just a couple of hours of heating, the fire department was able to bring over cots to set up in the facility during that time period. Yeah.
Great. Welcome to Narragansett.
Well,
right?
thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Vignelli?
I was just looking up, my brain is, so I know there's the, is it the Ocean State Library? I know you have another revenue source. Do you get money from another source? I was just wondering, has that changed? Is it going to be the same as last year, or do you have any idea of what's going to happen in there?
So approximately about 20% of the budget, give or take, comes from Ocean State Libraries. That is, well, not Ocean State Libraries, it's come from OLIS, which comes from the governor's office as part of the state aid. I think we were originally estimated 269,000, and this year, I think the most recent one put out by the governor was about 232,000 there for that amount that's going to be allocated for the fiscal year 26-27. It could change. We had this year, to give you an idea, this year we were estimated 209,000, ended up being more than that. It kind of depends. They have their own formula that's there, and it depends on what information and statistics that we collect throughout the fiscal year. We have a very good, the good thing that we have with OSL is that a lot of stuff is automatically recorded for us that keeps track of what goes on in terms of attendance of the facility, attendance of programs, as well as circulation of books and stuff. So we have a lot of that information that's readily available to us. Certain programs and stuff we kind of keep track of ourselves. And then when that gets submitted to the state of OLIS, state through OLIS, that ends up going into the calculation of what we get dispersed and distributed across the state of Rhode Island to each library.
And at what point do they make that? What is, like, when can you anticipate knowing what your amount will be?
So right now, we're going off of what the governor has indicated, so the 232,000. But we won't know what that final number is probably until the fall of 26, around then.
If I could, when the governor passes his budget,
Yeah.
Thank
that's
you.
when we get numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I have a couple questions, and so I'm going to revisit what the president just talked about, which is hours. I've had some concerns from some constituents about, there's a rumor going around that the weekend hours are going to change. I'm hoping that's not true. It's when the families can go to the library. I'm hoping that I can ease their minds that it will continue its normal operating hours through the weekend.
It's a little bit of misinformation at this time.
Okay.
The one thing I can say is that we are actually extending Saturdays throughout the summer for sure. That's something we have decided because we found from input from the staff, input from patrons, is that Saturdays during the summer we've normally closed at 2 o'clock. Patrons and staff members indicate that people want us to kind of continue as we do throughout the regular year of being open until 5 o'clock. And we plan on doing that, continuing to do that. In terms of other weekend hours, it is, because it's Sunday, it's currently at a seasonal cycle, so we're from September through, through the end of April. And that is, it is dependent upon overtime, and we can't necessarily assign staff members to that day, to those days. The Board of Trustees has been looking into this as to seeing how we can do this, and it's also brought up concern from our staff members as well in terms of being able to staff on those days effectively. But no decision has been officially made at this time with regard to that.
Okay, I know that, like, my children go there on Sundays, and I know
Yeah.
a lot of my family's children go there on Sundays. So I just want to, I would encourage it to stay open on Sunday. That would be my preference. What was the other thing? I just had something else I want to ask you about. Let me think about it. It kind of left me.
Okay.
But I'll let Ryan go, and then I'll come back to it.
Howdy.
Hello.
Could you just explain the professional and contractual services and why that doubled?
The professional services?
Yes.
So professional services are our, let's see, that is essentially our programming offerings that we have. And that's really, one thing that's very unique about our library and compared to many others in Rhode Island is that we have a huge program offering, and we get a lot of people coming in. That has increased. I know it was increased slightly from last year. Before then, I think in I think it was like 35,000 one year or so. So it's gone down and it's gone back up. But that's in response to kind of our current circulation and visitation numbers. To give you an idea of just, because we're in a new facility, and this is finding the thing that we've been discovering over the past year, because we haven't gotten full bills, and now we are, in addition with people's visibility and visiting the facility. In 2024, we had 50,000 visitations to the facility in a given year. 2025, that increased by about 60% to about 81,000, just short of 81,000 people visited the facility in a single year, which is astronomical for the amount of visits. On top of that, with program attendance, in 2024, we had about, I think it was about 500 programs, give or take, with about roughly 4,000 attendees over the course of the year for 2024. 2025, we had about 759 individual programs with about 10,991 attendees of those programs. And that's just inside the facility of stuff that we've planned. That's not even accounting for room reservations during that time period. So people are using the facility. The fact that we have more programming space, more study space for people, this impacts our offerings, and people are asking for more programs for us to do, asking for more of our staff to be able to create things. I mean, to give you an idea of just how much in demand that we've been, at least in the past like 4 months or so, we're getting summer numbers in the middle of winter. And summer numbers usually is 9,000 visitations per month. And usually in the winter, according to historical patterns, usually it floats around 4,000 to 5,000. We saw 9,150 just for the month of January. That was only beaten out by, in the past 12-month cycle, by July at 9,200, I think is what the number is that I have. So in terms of our usage of the facility, it has gone up significantly, and even this past month of February was about just shy of 8,000, which again is summer numbers. You don't see that usually until the summer. So it's been rapidly people have been coming into the facility, to give you kind of an idea of usage. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
That just woke me up, but actually. So with the amount of people, it's because it's such a great library, right?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic place to be. With the amount of people going there, do you feel like, are the cameras and the safety for cameras adequate for the library right now? Like, can we see everything in the library?
We could pretty much see everything in the library at this time. In fact, we just finished getting our recent licenses attached to all of the new cameras. Took a little bit of time for them to get it in there, but now we pretty much have most areas of the library covered in terms of security with cameras. And the exterior, we have key points in the exterior that we have pretty much covered. So, I mean, I'm trying to think of any blind spots that we have. I mean, there's not. Yeah, it's pretty much covered for most of it.
I think for
So that
security,
project's
we
completed
probably
then?
wouldn't say that anyway. Yeah,
Yeah,
The security camera project is complete?
it is complete.
Okay.
oh, so, just circling back again, I think really the general idea is, you know, we have a very supportive council here for the library and the library's budget. So when there's, you know, the talk of hours of operation, if it was a budget concern, you know, if it's something that could be included this time around or next time around, you know, that's just something that we'd just like to hear and have considered, that's all. In regards to, are there like any grants that we're looking into to support the library at all?
So at this time, we're looking at a couple of different grants at this moment. Because, well, to preface this, with everything going on the national level, the usual way in which grants are received through IMLS kind of got disrupted. Even though it's back in force, it's kind of trying to get back to that. But one grant that we are currently doing is a PRO grant from the state of Rhode Island related to COVID funds. And that is a grant that's about $25,000. It will help. It can be applied to not just future projects and current projects, but to past projects as well. And those funds we are looking at and working closely with the state to help cover the cost with at least a year of the solar panels, paying off the debt for that, as well as helping pay for a safety rail to be on the roof of the facility. I know that's something that's essential. There's a couple other grants that we've been looking at right at this time to help defray the cost for related to the solar project that we have. Yes,
Yeah,
which
I was
is
gonna
almost
say,
done.
I think it's
Which
almost
is-
done, right?
Yeah.
When is it expected to be completed?
The first week of April. That's what they told me.
We'll have to have a great welcoming ceremony to check that out. That's I think, okay, awesome.
I'd always had 3 weeks, always.
Looking forward to that. That's a really tremendous, I mean, that's really a benchmark for the state. I mean, not only are we establishing ourselves as a town, but to have a library that's fully, first one in the state of Rhode Island, or, wow, first one in the state of Rhode Island. And like, I'm just saying in general for like the town, if there's any other opportunities in which we can pave the way here, you know, let's keep on embracing those opportunities. I'm very excited, very happy to hear the tremendous progress and the way forward with this library. So very excited, and I applaud the efforts all around, especially from the support of our library board, who has been actively engaged in service to this town and working tremendously to provide these services to our town and town residents. With that, does anyone else have any other questions or comments? I would also invite, if you would like, either of you library board members forward to voice support. I do know you are here in support, and we have talked at least individually with you both in the past, so we understand your support. And I just want to, again, echo our sincere thanks to you guys on the library board and the partnership that you've shown, because it's certainly not easy for any of the departments here. But, you know, I think the general public doesn't understand. You guys don't get paid. So really appreciate the volunteer services that you've provided to this town and to this budget. So with that, thank you so much for being here, and have a great rest of your evening, wherever you're going. If you're sticking around, it's up to you.
No problem. Thank you. And if you have any questions or anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me or whatnot, and I can help answer your questions.
Excellent. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex and the members of the council, I just wanted to say this is my first time and Christine's first time working with Jared on this, and he did a great job with the presentation and justification of the budget, and we presented it just as he gave it to us. And in fact, I believe we added a little to it on the insurance part, if I'm not mistaken. And we support it as proposed, 100%. And I would like to change the order slightly because, as brought to my attention by
That's all
Sarah, the town clerk, IT, and myself, we have to be here to the bitter end. So we're going to
Okay.
skip over those, and we'll go right to community development, which is the next one in line.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and that was tremendous feedback. Really appreciate it, Jim. So now we will skip to community development.
And the building official will be up next, following community development.
All right.
I know, page numbers next year. I know, it's 3 different documents put into one, that's fine. It's my first year, come on.
Well, that's, yeah, yeah.
All right.
All right. So good
Hi,
evening.
good evening.
Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for all of the efforts to put this budget together. Would you mind just providing just a quick high-level overview of what's in here, what the council and the general public can expect, and then we'll ask the council if anyone has any questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so my budget is pretty much the same as last year, save the position change that Ms. Wilson mentioned. I do have a capital improvement budget, which you may recall last year. That's for the comprehensive plan, so that's the second half of the 150,000. So it was 75 last year and 75 this year. But as far as the regular budget, I think you're going to see the only changes are actually in the within the general community development, and the first 2 are regarding the personnel and wages, and that is to. It would be to change the position that's currently in our office, which is the planning technician, to a senior planner. And the reason for that is that the planning technician position has been routinely doing more than what's in the job description because it's necessary in the office. It's been, and also it's been difficult to retain a planning technician. So in the last 6 years, we've had 4 turnover. And no one has really lasted longer than a year because there's a lot of turnover in a position such as that, a paraprofessional position. So what we'd like to do is to treat that position the way that it functions, which is a professional position. The position presents to boards. They're responsible for special projects and grants, as well as research, really a lot of things that meet a higher standard.
And in your opinion, would this new function make the position more competitive?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because obviously hearing the turnover the way that it's been, like that's a little concerning. I do know how incredibly busy your department is, so I just want to be able to support any ability to not have to worry about turnover, that anyone who's coming in to do this service is going to stick around. So if you are saying that this is the necessary change to make that position more competitive and better retain people, I definitely support that.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, it would definitely. It also brings a higher quality of candidate when it does turnover.
Thank you.
The other change is just under operating and administrative expenses. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, so I thank you. So that would be, postage, printing, copying. We have a couple of contracts for service. Taking a look here. And, yep, I got that, thank you. And it's an increase in the professional development because the cost of attending professional development has increased over the last, Ms. Wilson and I had that conversation. Everything has gotten a little bit more expensive.
And could you just give a soundbite as to what that professional development looks like?
Sure, absolutely. So there are certain conferences that staff should be attending or may be required to attend, depending upon what they're doing there. So for instance, there are two big ones each year. The first one is SNEPA, which is the Southern New England American Planning Association Conference. It's a two-day conference. It happens in the fall every year. And the other one is coming up, and it's RIFMA, which is the Rhode Island Flood Mitigation Association. And our department, as you're aware, is highly involved with CRS, which is the community rating system, whereby the town of Narragansett has a rating of 7. We work with the building officials department to help maintain that rating. By the way, that rating is the 15% discount, as you're aware. I'm sure I've mentioned it before. So those are the two big conferences that staff, as I mentioned, it's myself and two of the planners. We do also have a new person on staff, as you are aware, our GIS person, GIS planner, and there will likely be professional conferences that that position should be attending as well to either maintain credits or to simply gain further education in the field.
And what is our town currently rated?
For CRS, it is rated a 7, which is a 15% discount for every property owner who is in the floodplain who pays into flood insurance.
Awesome. Thank you. And then, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your train of thought here, but I had made a note from Christine that it was 60 to 75,000, but in the capital budget for the comprehensive plan for the first year, 2026, 2027, it says 160,000. So I'm just wondering, is it actually half of that? It's on page 54 in the capital budget booklet. So
This is the second year of funding, so it should
Right.
be the 150.
it says 160,000, 158,000 specifically, but I thought we said it was half of that.
Yes, there was, that's right. Jill remembered, there was money left over from a prior project, and that was brought forward. That's
Okay.
carryover, they carry over their capital year over year.
Okay, so this is, okay. So it's in addition to the services for the position, I believe it was, I'm missing the line item, but it's like a 60,000 approximately position for
It was like 10 more,
consulting, I think it was. Is it not consulting? Project of this magnitude require consultant assistance in the formulating of objectives, researching opportunities, development of priorities.
Yes.
yes, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
So the capital, right, there was I put it in, Chris and I put it in for 2 years last year, $75,000 a year in order to fund the comprehensive plan update. So this is year 2 of
This is
that.
year
So
2
this
of
is
that.
75,000 last year, you approved 75,000.
Right.
Okay.
And there was some carryover, we don't know the exact price yet.
Okay.
So there's some carryover that comes forward from other
I
projects.
think it was approximately $8,000.
Yeah, it was,
Okay.
that's what it was, yep.
thank you.
8224.
I was close.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was my last specific question. So I didn't know if you wanted to continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's it, my budget's
Okay.
pretty simple.
Does anyone have any questions specifically to this? I know I probably stole some thunder with some of the questions, but anyone specifically down here have any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Just make sure you're speaking into the mic.
So Jill, do all towns that are about our size hire people to do the comp plan?
Yes, all that I'm aware of, absolutely.
Is there any towns that do their own comp plan?
I couldn't tell you one off the top of my head.
Yeah, okay. And then, as far as your attendance with planning boards and zoning boards, how is that handled for your staff? Is Is that part of their job, or?
Yes, it is part of their job.
So they work more than 40 hours and don't get paid for it, or it's a salary position, or?
No, so I would leave the details up to Chris, but the employees in our office are all in a union, and they do receive compensation after 35 hours in some form or another. We do, our department, as you may be aware, outside of town council, we staff 6 additional boards, and then I sit as a board member on a 7th board, which is the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative.
So all of the employees in your department, including yourself, are all 35 and then paid?
I'm different than the employees.
Okay.
Again, I'd leave that up to Ms. Wilson, but no, the staff are 35 hours, and not every staff person goes to every board meeting, so the boards are divvied up depending upon staff.
Yeah. I'm all set.
Any other questions on here? Any other questions over here? Excellent. Well, you set the stage for it being a simplified budget, and I appreciate you answering our questions. If any other questions come up, please reach out to Jill directly. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. So next, if you
Be the
will,
building official.
thank you. Building official. There's a few pages to turn before we get there. There we go. All righty. And not to get emotional here, but I believe this might be Wayne's last official. Maybe that's not public, but I think this might be your last. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Ah, this is last and definitely least. So thank you so much for being here. If you wouldn't mind, again, and congratulations on your years of service to this town. If you wouldn't mind just providing just a quick high-level overview of what the town and town council can expect to see in the budget, and then, love the opportunity to be able to ask questions.
All right. I'll start with the building department. We did ask for a request for an additional half full-time position, and also a transfer. Basically, it was a department reorganization with some of the staff for an office and administrator. We have a lot of different functions within the department, building, zoning, rental registration, and enforcement. And we felt that it was critical to have a person in there that act as the administrator that could oversee those different functions for the various staff members that work in the department. So that's in there as well. Other than that, as far as the building official or the building department, there really weren't a lot of increases in the budget. Basically, it was pretty much status quo, basically through all line items.
So just so that we're clear, and so that the council is clear, rental registration budget, that's also,
I'll go over that one
that's
next.
also you.
Yes.
In general, obviously, there's been a number of concerns that have been brought up ever since this council was elected, actually, in regards to enforcement of STRs. What is this council doing to support, the registering of short-term rental properties in this town? And I do see an elimination of a software program. So are there alternatives of how, or recommendations on how we can better enforce and understand the total number of short-term rentals in this town? And if it is a STR, are they following proper protocols? And I do understand and appreciate the added position being recommended in here. Just wondering, are we eliminating areas in the budget where we really should be doing everything that we can to support it?
Relative to the rental registration, until the short-term rental ordinance is revised and we know what the standards are going to be for the enforcement of that, it's really difficult to say. I mean, we did take out the inspection services for short-term rentals as well as monitoring of short-term rentals. I think if you want to probably in the future get a better hand as to the number of rentals out there, would be to hire a third-party monitoring company that basically goes through all of the different rental platforms to see who's out there advertising rentals and creating a database that we can compare against our current database. Right now, that was part of the short-term rental ordinance. The funding of that was coming out of the fees from that program. So until that's fully developed, we really don't have any funding for the monitoring or of the inspections of short-term rentals.
Okay. That's unfortunate, and I just want to make it known that I would support any and all recommendations on how we can better enforce and make sure that when this information is made public, I know that we do the best that we can, but if there's any ways in which we can improve the accuracy, if it is hiring a third-party agency, I certainly would support any and all efforts to, make the information that's out there more accurate. Because I think, if we have these ordinances that we're working on, we want to make sure that they're enforceable, and I understand that the language on some of these ordinances definitely needs to be improved in order to be enforced. But again, I also appreciate the additional full-time, is it a full-time position? Yes.
It is a
0.5.
full-time position. .25 will be paid by rental registration, and .75 will be paid by the building office.
And again, I asked questions in regards to, because I understand just how much work your office deals with. Do we feel like that's a good number, or do you think an additional position would be more beneficial to your office in order to be able to do some of these things?
I mean, I think every department here
Well, yeah.
could use another person.
Yeah.
I mean, I think right now, I think we're in pretty good shape. As you mentioned, the software for monitoring is something that can be looked at again once the short-term rental ordinance is redeveloped and then adopted that will pass muster with the court system. That's a critical component that really will help us understand exactly how many rentals are out there.
It was never actually purchased. There was never any services actually entered into any agreements or contracts. It's just been budgeted for, 2 or 3 years?
Yeah,
I
we
think.
did.
But it's never been utilized
No.
because we don't have any.
We did go out with RFPs for both of them, but because when the court upheld the ordinance, we never followed through with those companies, so that's kind of just been on hold.
And then it's everyone's favorite word, I did make a note, I wrote it down when Christine was giving the very high-level overview of the notable changes in the budget specific to building inspection, this .5 full-time position regarding enforcement. Would you mind just giving a soundbite, just what that means? What is this position specifically going to be, like what's it going to look like?
That position will be used across both building department, rental registration, and general enforcement relative to property maintenance. So we get calls going out there, especially this time of year, with trash at the rentals, unregistered vehicles in the summer, tall grass, broken fences, as far as property maintenance goes. And we also need it for zoning enforcement. If somebody's using their property in a manner in which is not allowed under the zoning ordinance, storage of boats in the yard, that type of thing. And just general, as far as the building department, we would utilize that position to go out and investigate complaints we receive on people building without a permit, that type of thing. So it's going to be a position that's used generally throughout the entire office, throughout all portions of what we do: rental, building, zoning, and property maintenance.
And I appreciate and applaud everything that you listed there, and it sounds like it's a lot for this position. That's actually just why I asked, knowing how important this office is, you know, if there is an additional person that we need to add, you know, just making sure that we have that considered, because that is a lot of work for one additional position. But, you know, I appreciate the feedback that you've shared, and the confidence that this new position would provide this much-needed service to this department. Does anyone have any specific questions, maybe down on this side of the table first? Or maybe, do you guys have any questions? No? Anyone over here?
Wayne, how is,
Make sure you're talking into the mic.
how is the department, obviously you're the building inspector, and then there's,
As far as staffing goes?
yeah, so then
Yes,
there's.
so it's myself, I have a full-time building inspector. I have 2 part-time enforcement officers. They do both rental registration and zoning. I have 2 full-time clerks in the office. And then I have 2 part-time inspectors that do plumbing, mechanical, and electrical.
Okay, and before you said the clerks, you said 2 officers. Are those?
2
full-
part-time, they're both
Oh,
part-time.
part-time.
Yeah, they're both part-time,
Okay.
yes.
So the only full-time people are you, the
The-
assistant building inspector,
And then 2 full-time clerks.
2 clerks?
Yes.
Yeah, and then the one you're adding is going to be a full-time position split between 2 revenue streams? Is that how it's going to be? What is, aren't we adding a person?
Yeah, it'll be an existing position that we're reorganizing as an administrator. So it'll be split between building and rental registration as far as how it's funded.
Oh, so it's not an additional person?
No,
Oh,
no, there is a part-time, a half-time zoning enforcement, building enforcement position.
yeah. Well, we're certainly going to miss you, Wayne.
Thanks.
You've been a big help to this community, and you always seem to do a lot of work and not complain about much, you know? It's,
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to follow this. So if you currently have 2 part-time officers which do enforcement, so this would make it 3 part-time?
Correct, correct.
People who would be out there doing enforcement. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
They would be doing enforcement and also assisting us with reviewing zoning applications when we're doing permitting. Because right now, myself and Troy, my full-time inspector, do that. And with, you know, with the various zoning ordinance criteria that has to be reviewed for building permits, we plan on utilizing that half-time position to assist us when we get backlogged. But primary, they'll be doing enforcement.
So when you say part-time, is it half a day, or is it like 1 day, 2 days a week, 2.5 days a week? I mean, how do
Yeah.
you do that?
That one will probably deal with the person that's going to be hired, but right now, the 2 part-time positions, we have it set up so they each do 2.5 days, so that we're covered for the full week.
So the full week,
Yeah.
there's someone always on?
Exactly, and this position would kind of fill in between those, again, depending, because it's part-time, sometimes you got to be a little flexible with the personnel on what days they want to work, but, you know, it may be, you know, a few hours every day for that person.
Perfect, thank you, and thank
You're
you
welcome.
again. We're going to
Thanks.
miss you.
Thank you.
That was actually, so if you don't mind, actually, her questions kind of you know, inspired another question for myself. Why 3 part-time positions and not like a full-time position in there? I think that's really my concern, is being able to draw in enough qualified candidates who would really take on the opportunity for a part-time as opposed to a full-time position.
Yeah, they've just always been set up as part-time positions over the years. You know, perhaps that's something we can look at in the future, is maybe combining 2 of those to a full-time position. But, you know, again, it's a cost issue.
It would be fringe, right? Would that be
Would it be
fringe?
benefits?
I'm sorry, what?
Would that be the fringe that comes with it if you did?
Yes,
full-time?
Yes,
any full-time position would require that.
yeah, these
Usually
guys are
the
paid as
part-time
consultants
positions
mostly.
have been in there for years, and that's why it's still like that.
Yeah, there's no benefit package with the part-timers.
Do you think, Wayne, that, I guess we'll be hiring somebody soon, hopefully, and do you think that someone, because I know that department, and like a lot of the departments are pretty busy, and are you going to be around to hang in with the transition for?
If need be, yeah, I've told Mr. Tierney that if need be, I would be available for a transitional period. That's to be determined.
And we'll hopefully compensate, you know, in some way.
I wouldn't ask anybody to do anything for free.
Yeah, yeah, so.
Yeah,
I
we,
think I think
it's common that we have former employees or retired employees that work per diem to assist us with special projects.
Yeah, good, because this is the time of year where, you know, a lot of building permits will be coming in, people want to do stuff, and, you know, hopefully they can process that as quickly
Yeah,
as you
and,
do.
you know, we had that situation where the council, you just passed the or the change to the ordinance that allows demo and rebuilds with variances. So we had quite a bit of a backlog with those. We're starting to transition those through. So, you know, those are going to be, time is going to be needed to get all of those processed. So, but whatever's needed, I told the town manager that I would certainly help them out.
Thanks.
Well, the other ordinance being the student ordinance that we've updated and now hopefully have spelled out the specific language that hopefully will make things more enforceable, especially since, according to our solicitor, you're able to identify a student as opposed to a non-related person.
Yeah, the unrelated is still an issue.
Yes.
That one, if you can pin down a definition of that in the future, that would be helpful, because student is pretty clear, but unrelated is not so much.
So there are ways in which we, as far as I'm understanding, that we'd be able to, moving forward, be able to enforce. I know that there was a decision made in a prior executive session regarding the 3-student. Now that this council has since approved of the new language, are we now enforcing the student ordinance?
The 5-student, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever
Thank you.
complaints we get, if we get a complaint with more than 5 students, more than one per bedroom,
Yeah.
we will be enforcing that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, Alex, you took my question.
Oh,
but
sorry.
Thank you, Wayne, for all of your efforts and years of service.
Thank you.
Yes, and again, we will find ways in which we can thank you publicly, but really our sincere, heartfelt gratitude to you for your many years of service to this town. Even though I know that there's some talks of per diem, I hope you will take some much-needed vacation time, travel, and do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, I'll take some time.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Chief Rikus, please, for the police department.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for being here. Just, again, same ask, if you wouldn't mind just providing just a quick high-level overview of what's in here, and then we'll ask, see if anyone on the council has any questions.
Certainly, as Chris said, the main increase is due to wages and compensation. The police department is finally at full staff of 43 officers, and we are also at full staff with 9 dispatchers. So that would include for that increase. And as for the capital side, the main increase over there is due to 2 marked vehicles, the MDTs that go in them, and fully equipping them with lights and sirens, et cetera.
Excellent. And again, happy to support our police, fire services to the town. And really just, again, extend our gratitude to you as well. I don't have any specific questions. I think everything that's been presented in this budget is fair and makes sense. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Mr. Durkin, I know your microphone is on.
Oh, it is, but it's a decrease, so there's not a lot of questions there, right? It's going down.
Yeah, I guess the general question is just making sure that if there is a general decrease in a budget, my question always is, are we maintaining staff?
I think it's because of the rental registration, short-term rental.
It's just a decrease in the capital.
Okay,
The operating went up,
Oh,
581,000, and the capital was decreased. The ask
so
was
that was the software that was going to be purchased or whatever?
it was, excuse me, are you on police?
Yeah.
Right, the vehicles, like you said, the vehicles with the monitors and radios, that's pretty much what got approved, and some taser replacement for capital. The request was higher, but it was reduced by 2 vehicles, and
was the original request for 5 vehicles? Because I see 3 on here. At least how it's presented in the.
yes,
cap.
one was an animal control vehicle, which is on a different page,
Yeah, okay.
and one was an admin vehicle, I believe.
You're correct.
With sorry, I didn't mean to.
Okay. All righty. Anyone up? Counselor Vignelli?
I'm just curious, do we have, how many animal control officers do we have? Is there just one person?
At
one
this time,
full-time?
there's just, yes, correct, there's just one full-time animal control officer.
Okay. And basically, what is the role? What do they do?
Her current hours are by contract 6:30 to 2:30, and she enforces leash law violations, dogs on the beach, injured animals, stuff like that.
So, because I'm just wondering, now that I have a dog, I've been doing a lot of dog walking, and I just find that the amount of dog waste is just phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it, and I just was just wondering if there's something we can do to try to help that situation. I mean, when you're walking on the wall and people are just allowing their dogs, and they're not picking it up, I don't know if, I don't know if this is the time to discuss that, but it's just that something that I've been noticing, and quite honestly, it's out of control.
She does do a good job maintaining visibility at the town parks and the town beach, and we do have room in the budget to hire a part-timer, which we will be exploring.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I think there's a problem with that stuff, too. I walk down the street and people take the little bags now, and they wrap the poop in the bag and they throw it in the woods. And it's like, I think they're thinking they're doing something good, but it's like really pollution because it gets into the water. And
Well, at
So
least,
it's
at
not
least
really
they're
doing
putting
much
it in a
good.
bag. There's many, many, many people who don't even go that far. It's
Yeah.
just out of control.
and I think we need a pet waste ordinance or some type of thing, but I don't know how you enforce that.
Do we continue to have a school resource officer in each school?
We do. We have 3 school resource officers, 1 in each school, and 2 of those are 50% funded by the school department.
Okay, thank you. That's my last question. Anyone over here have any questions, comments? Excellent, you guys making things easy tonight. Thank you so
very
much for
much.
being here.
Appreciate it.
Really appreciate it, and thank you for your service to this town, as always. I think we have fire next.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Partington, please.
Page 25.
Hello.
Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good evening. Very well, thank you.
So again, same as, I know that, the council's always appreciated every one of your presentations, so if you wouldn't mind just giving a soundbite of the incredible work that we have proposed here, and then open up the floor to any questions.
Yes, sure, thank you. Changed up a little bit this year, which is okay.
Absolutely.
Change is a good thing at times. So just for the fire department, just to reiterate, we are working out of 3 fire stations. We have 44 members of the department, including myself on that list. 43 of them are within the union. So much of what you see here within our budget is all contractual and obligated. Working with the firefighters, it's really set up 3 different areas: firefighters, fire prevention, and emergency management areas. So if you just continue through the pages, much of the increases are primarily due to, as Chris has pointed out, and other department heads have pointed out, compensation costs, equipment needs. A lot of that equipment requires maintenance costs and things of that nature. An overall increase in FY 2026 of $518,262. If you continue through the categories, Chris has done a really nice job in kind of separating these categories out into areas to show you where the increases are kind of occurring within my budget. Much, again, is personnel, wages and compensation, benefits, all, again, obligated and contractually. Supplies and materials, the maintenance and operations costs, there's been an increase in that area. You'll notice an increase in the equipment costs. What we've come to realize over the years, that account was really a little bit underfunded, you could say. I was kind of pulling from that area, that category, and really up from other areas to be able to compensate on some equipment needs within the department. So we really considered that this year and have asked for an increase in that particular area for equipment. Other than that, you've seen some moderate increases and some decreases as well in some of those categories. The one non-firefighter position is the administrative secretary's position for the department. She does a phenomenal job. And he had no increases in general EMA category, and we've had some increases in several of the line items for the general fire prevention category. Again, equipment needs, operating expenses, supplies, and maintenance needs in the fire marshal's division. Any real questions on the operating side of things?
Not on the operating side, I think more so on the capital side.
Sure. So
Quick question for me, actually.
Yes.
Would you just be able to talk through the increase in wages and compensation one more time?
In the what?
Would you be able to talk through the increase in wages and compensation just one more time, please?
Sure. That has to do with the CBA, the contractual obligations. That was all previously negotiated. So there was an increase in wages that year of 3.5 or 4%. It's either 3.5 or 4%. I'd have to go back and look at that wage category.
Okay.
So that's primarily what's driving it in that area.
Got it.
Ryan, could I just chime in on that? On the compensation, in addition to the contracted, the collective bargaining agreement raises, keep in mind that the contribution from the town to the pension system is close to 53% on top of those raises, along with increased FICA and longevity and things like that, okay?
So for capital, just to go down the capital project requests, again, standard requests for portable radios. We have several portable radios, as well as base radios. It's not just portable radios That'll be coming out of compliance and no longer be able to be maintained and kept on the current radio system. So we're looking to replace some of those units, as well as to supply additional batteries and chargers and things to be able to support that. Emergency medical systems, there's a $65,000 ask within that capital project. We do a lot of EMS, and a lot of EMS is supported by a lot of equipment, very expensive equipment. So that is looking to replace the 12-lead EKG devices, defibrillators that we carry on all the rescues, as well as automated CPR boards and a lot of other additional equipment that's needed to support those 3 equipped rescues, as well as 3 of the additional pumpers that carry a lot of the EMS equipment as well. The AED maintenance project, that's the continued townwide AED project that we have been funding over the years, and that funds really all of the AEDs throughout the town that we have leased right now. So it continues to fund that. Fire alarm system, that is to put some general equipment requirements to maintain and support the current fire alarm system that's in place, and make some upgrades to that. And the fire suppression system, fire suppression project, excuse me, is to fund equipment within the fire suppression division, SCBA bottles, Scott Air Packs, a lot of the mobile data terminals that we use, all the technology, nozzles, hose replacements, all of that type of thing, to be able to continue to fund and replace all of that equipment. The vehicle replacement project, the pumper project, Chris had mentioned that previously. We, as well as the DPW, tend to split up those project costs for those large capital vehicle projects because they're so expensive. So we tend to try and split them up over successive over successive years. So we did fund that originally at $435,000 on that project, going back a couple of years ago, I believe, and then just last fiscal year, we didn't fund it. We had cut that project. Now we're looking to go back and revisit that project. It's very important. We have a 2005 pumper that we're trying to replace. Life expectancy of a pumper is about 20 years. You get 15 years out of it pretty much active, and then the last 5 years as a reserve piece. This one has pretty much outused its life cycle, so we're in the need of replacing that.
So the 2005 is what we currently have?
The pumper we're trying to replace is a 2005, yes. Yeah.
Because my question was going to be, wait a minute, why are we buying a used one
I'm sorry,
from 20 years ago?
Yeah,
20 years old?
no.
So that makes sense. And you think it's like you're anticipating my questions with the life expectancy as well being 20 years. So that's good. Thank you. Great news.
Yes, and it takes, right now, unfortunately, it takes between 2 and 3 years to get a pumper in. So if I were to order one today, you're looking at 2 years before that pumper arrives here. And they're approaching $1 million for a pumper. So we are in long need of replacing that. The longer we wait, the more expensive it is going to get.
Is there any resale value on a 2005 pumper?
Not much, to be honest with you, no. It has been a great truck for us, but we will certainly try and sell it. We'll never know what we'll get on the open market, but yeah, we'll either sell it or look to trade the value of that in towards the purchase of another pumper.
All right, thank you.
Any concerns about where we're putting these vehicles in regards to space in this town? I know we've got 2 fire stations on here under maintenance. Is there any concern with the space and where we're putting these vehicles?
You mean in coordination with what we have
Yeah.
are looking to do for station improvements.
Yes.
But we'll find a spot. We'll certainly find a place for it. We did that with our Station 2 project, where we had to relocate and temporarily move vehicles around, find some storage.
That was very creative. We watched all of that.
You,
Microphone.
No, yeah, that was very creative and saved the town some money there.
Yes, that worked out well. We utilized the Fort Greene facility next door to us. It was fortunate enough to be there. And Senator Reed's office actually helped secure the agreement to get us in over there, because it was kind of stalling out. We were looking to get an agreement and get in there, and he helped move that along, facilitate that. So it worked out well for us. And then we had some of our own people who were instrumental in making that project get done, and the logistics of it. And so it worked out really well.
So you're all out of there now?
We have just completed a clean out of that place this past weekend. So we are officially demobilized from that place, and we're back into the new fire station. And we're looking to really publicize and have a open house for it, a ceremony, the end of next month, and invite the public to come in there. We still got to do a few more things to pretty the place up and complete a couple of punch list topics, punch list items in there. But we're pretty excited about finally moving in there. It's worked out great.
Yeah, that'll be nice, and I'm sure we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we'd love to be there to attend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my next item on the capital improvement list here. So we're looking to really duplicate that project, that effort, if you will, up at our North End Fire Station, and combined with some improvements at our headquarters station. So the project at Station 2 was really funded through ARPA funds that were available to us. So not only our local ARPA funds that came into our own town, but additional statewide ARPA funds that were available through a municipal public safety infrastructure grant program. So thank you, Chris. So we were able to secure almost an additional $1 million as well. So that Station 2 was essentially renovated and project done by federal monies, federal funds. So very little, if any at all, funds that for the town to be able to do that project. That was a $2.1 million project.
And we should be celebrating that. Just saying,
So-
that's really incredible to say that all of those renovations were done for an entire station under those funds. Is not something that should go unrecognized, and really appreciate all the efforts that went into taking advantage of that. Would you mind just giving a soundbite on those funds specifically, that was something unique to that time, that's not something that is available to us today, correct?
No, correct. That was all American Rescue Plan Act funds that, obviously was created during the pandemic crisis for us to be able to recover from it. We are fortunate to have a number of those funds come into our own community. I had to convince the powers to be the importance of that project at Station 2 getting done, and the council at the time did agree upon appropriating a certain amount of those funds towards that Station 2 renovation project. Turned out to be not enough. So we were fortunate enough to have another opportunity. The state carved out a number of opera funds from the state side, and Governor McKee offered up a program specific to municipalities with essentially shovel-ready projects ready to go towards public safety, fire, EMS facilities. So I had applied to that. It was a competitive process, and we were fortunate enough to secure almost another $1 million. I think it was $950,000 to go towards that project. Other than, if we hadn't, we would have probably had to drag on that project, kind of like a pumper replacement project, if you will, right? Multiple successive years trying to fund that project. So we got it. So we went back out to rebid that project for the full scope of it. And the bids came back pretty favorable. And it was awarded, I forget the date when it was awarded, and that project was just really completed just recently. It took a year for that construction project. So no, those funds are not available to us currently. We did explore other additional grant funding opportunities. The Assistance to Firefighter grant opportunities, they do not offer up a program in which to be able to renovate, reconstruct a fire or EMS or public safety building. Believe me when I tell you that the fire chiefs in Rhode Island have lobbied hard for that type of program at the Washington DC level. I've been involved with that, and we just haven't been successful to get that kind of through the hurdles.
Yeah. Again, just really incredible work, especially utilizing those funds, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said that the total duration of the construction project lasted a year?
Yeah, about 13 months for us to be able to, from the time they started construction to the time we moved.
Was that what was the estimated time of completion on that? Was that right around a year?
Were we on target for?
Yeah,
for
so
completion?
just in general, because that sounds like a really massive undertaking that was done in a pretty reasonable amount of time, I think. I just wasn't sure if the original plan was for it to be completed sooner or later.
A little sooner, yeah. We expected to be completed maybe about 2 months, sooner or so.
Okay, so there
Yeah.
were delays and other foreseen circumstances.
Yeah, some change orders and things like that.
That makes
that we
sense.
had to work through. Weather played
Snow.
weather played into it as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So as far as Station 3 renovation project, we're looking to essentially duplicate that, to bring the station up to the NFPA standards, 1500, 1730, 1820, I forget the other one, which essentially provides a more adequate, modernized type of facility for our firefighters to be working out of. That station up at Station 3, just like the one at the South End Station, was originally constructed in the 1970s. You probably remember that when that building was being built and constructed. We have since added on a third bay apparatus to store additional reserve pieces of apparatus. But other than that, there really has been nothing considerable done to that facility, particularly in the living and combination areas. So we're looking to expand it similar to what we did at our South End Station, modernize it, make it safer, place in which to be able to work out of for considerable years down the road in the future.
Chief, is that building about the same square footage as the one in Point Judith?
The living area quarters, yes, it's about the same square footage, yeah. Vehicle, the apparatus area is larger. It has that third bay as opposed to the Station 2 South End Station, which is two bays. So really just, there are just 2 bunk rooms there. If you'd like to go on a tour, I'd be glad to give you a tour, anybody who wants to go on it. There's just two bunk room areas there, and a small kitchen and day room area there. Other than that, just one bathroom facility, and it's apparatus bays. So very, very similarly laid out to what our Station 2 fire station had looked like. So we're looking to build out on that station. We'll likely have to take into consideration the possibility of elevating it as opposed to expanding out the back side of it, which is what we did at Station 2.
You don't have as much land?
We don't have the space directly to the rear of that station where the living areas are.
No.
There's that water tower is right there. We're right up against it.
It's that close, yeah.
Yeah. So the $70,000 that you see in building improvements there is really to help us line up for implementing a building needs assessment, developing conceptual drawings for that, and moving forward that project. even if the town chooses not to move forward with the referendum portion of it, which I hope they do, we would still need, we still would like to do a needs assessment for that building, and put together a conceptual design and drawings, and work with the architect, go out to bid for that, and then work with the architects who would be awarded that, and to come up with a design for that building for the future.
I just had a question on the description of, because this is fire project number 4, which is on page 29 in the capital projects and programs. Am I understanding correctly that the $3,070,000 is specific, there's a specific cost for Fire Station 1 and 3 renovations? Because the reason why I'm asking is in the description for this, it says fiscal year 27-28 through fiscal year 2029-2030, with all of these other additional upgrades for Station 3, but I don't see any of those budgeted out here.
I just left the upgrades up there so you could see what was happening. I didn't take out the years, but the 3 million is for the bond. It doesn't mean just because you approve us moving forward on the referendum, it doesn't mean we're going to issue a bond yet. So the year it gets issued, the year the work that gets done, it's really not defined yet. Do you understand?
Okay, I see. So
Yeah.
so if I'm understanding correctly, everything that's follows 27 through 30, all of that is actually still part of the same project.
Yes.
That's just the anticipated time in which, because it's a bond, would
Right.
be applied. Okay.
You were just asking for permission to go to bond on the referendum,
Right.
but then we have to issue the bond at some point.
Okay.
Kind of like the affordable housing, when we're ready for it.
Thank you.
And just to, I don't want to take up too much time, but we really drilled down on that number. Chris really drilled me down on that number, where you're coming up with the $3 million, Chief. So, we took into consideration the current ongoing project now at Station 2. That was bid out. So if you recall, that project, we had 6 bids for that station that went out to bid. 6 bids came back. We took into consideration the variance of those bids, which the high bid was 1.8 million, I believe, up to 2.6 million. So we essentially worked within that average. We got that number, 2.2 million, almost 2.2 million. And then we added the additional 9% architectural services construction value, and applied the 9% architectural services. Again, got almost $200,000 worth there. And then we pulled out some of the projects. Some of those projects also were adult. For instance, the new overhead doors that were put on Station 2 were an adult. The emergency generator was another one. So we took all of those numbers together, and it came up to, including the renovations that we would like to include on Station 1, about 2.8 million, almost 2.8 million. And then once you consider the time frame for this project being probably at least 2 years out by the time, if it gets on the ballot, and then you go out to complete your needs assessment, and you go out putting the design together and bid, you're at least a couple of years. So you take into account the inflation, construction costs there. And we worked with the existing architect to come up with that number. So it's $3 million is the number we have.
Excellent. And honestly, that was going to be my question as well. And I knew a lot of thought went into that number. When you had said Fire Station 2 was about 2.1 million. So, I was thinking, is this low for 2 fire stations being at 3 million? But it sounds like, you've answered that question with the thorough assessment of, the specific expenditures of where this is going to be spent. So I feel good with that number. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was all I have on the hit list for capital improvements projects. If there's any other questions regarding the capital budget, I'd be glad to answer them, or on anything else.
Does anyone have any other specific questions for the chief regarding either budget? All right, again, just thank you so much for the very thorough overview and the willingness to answer these questions, and for the incredible service that you and the entire fire staff provides this town.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So before we bring the town engineer up, all of this is incredibly important to us to understand the budgets and go through the budgets. There's been a lot of information shared with us tonight about budgets. I feel like I know that we have another meeting scheduled tomorrow, which would be about the same thing. We'd be going through directors of departments, right? Is that true? So I feel like if we could take a break and sort of digest all of this information and come back tomorrow and start again with the next department, we would be better off for that, so we can digest the information.
I mean, I'm not opposed to the digesting of information, but I know you also had questions, and I also understand maybe there's some availability issues with at least one council member is not going to be here tomorrow. So I just wanted.
I think that changed.
I don't think it has changed. So I just wanted to, while we're all in attendance, be able to touch base on.
I know,
on
but
each of
it's
these.
just a
For the
lot of
record,
information.
all the staff, it's not our decision, obviously, all the staff is willing to stay as late as it takes to get as far as we can this evening.
Yeah. So I know, again, this is a little bit different than it was last year, but we're actually moving at a pretty good pace, I think. And while everyone is available, I think it's good to really get the high-level overview from each of the staff while they're here, so that way we can utilize tomorrow the opportunity for Christine and Jim to, like, any questions that we really need following up on, as well as there's going to be a lot of people here, if it's anything like last year, who are going to want to speak to their special requests as well. So that's just what my position is on it. And I promise to still get everyone out in a reasonable time. But with that, does anyone need to benefit from like a 5-minute bathroom break? Yes? No? Okay, so we'll take a brief 5-minute bathroom break and we'll come right back. Thank you. of time. Sometimes we don't know that there's questions, though, until we have these, like, that's why I've appreciated these conversations. So next, I know we did get just a general request, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself, and then providing just a high-level overview of what the town and town council can expect to see in here, and then have the council ask any questions they might have.
Very good. I'm John Gerhard, the town engineer. Thank you for the opportunity to present the budgets for the engineer's office, which includes the engineering department, the water and wastewater departments. The engineering budget is basically all compensation costs, just operating budget, and it's all pretty straightforward. Compensation, wages, and the like. Just would note that there was a capital last year, but there's no capital this year, and we did just last week got the new printer copier that was purchased, and it's working very well. So that's good, but so there's no capital for engineering. If there's no questions for engineering, I will move on to water.
Any questions for engineering? Nope. Good to go to water.
Very good. The Water Enterprise Fund is budget increases primarily due to compensation, again, which are all contracted costs through the bargaining agreements, and the other major item is purchase water costs or water services. The Veolia, the full impact of the Veolia requested rate increase is included in the budget. We're still in the process of, it's in the PUC hearing, and it has not been determined what the approved rate increase is going to be. There's a public meeting next Monday night, I believe, in SK. On that, the PUC is holding for public comment and presentation, and then we're also we also have some intervening to do on that, but that's one of the major increases, and then the other is the capital projects in the water department.
John, can I ask you a question? Yeah. So that meeting in South Kingstown, would you say it was next Monday night?
I believe it's Monday night. Sarah? I think it's Monday night.
At the town hall? South
It's
Kingstown Town Hall?
the 30th. It's at South Kingstown Town Hall. Sarah, the PUC meeting that got moved to South Kingstown, and it's next Monday?
Yes, it's on the 30th due to the school budget public hearing. That's
Yep.
on the 30th. There was a scheduling conflict.
And that's, okay, so we won't have one here in Narragansett. That's going to be ours, kind of?
Yeah, I think they have one locally. They were going to have it here. It got postponed due to the blizzard initially, and then they moved it to SK. And then that's the one hearing locally, and then there'll be another hearing, I believe, at the state offices.
And then the size, the increase of that water is, they're doubling?
They're doubling the wholesale purchase prices.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we're challenging and opposed to. So we do have a consultant on board to try and do an impact evaluation and have some testimony to present as well. So we're going to try and fight it as best we can.
Yeah. So is there anything that the council can help it with as far as our level to send a resolution or something to the utilities board or anything like that? 'Cause,
John, why don't you go ahead and share with them what we're doing with
Yeah,
in
like I
conjunction with
said,
South Kingston.
we did, South Kingstown just approved it last night, and the town manager signed the agreement today for the consultant that did our last rate study to provide an impact analysis and some rebuttal against the requested rate increases and the justification for it. So that's in process, and then yes, if we need a resolution or support behind that, we'll look for the council, and once we have the information from our consultant, we'll share it with the council as well.
Can I just ask you, the water tank that's in back of the station up at Bonnet, is that Veolia water or is that North Kingstown water?
That's Veolia water.
That's Veolia
Yeah.
water. So how does the North Kingstown water, is it, how does?
It
just-
comes right on Boston Neck Road. If you cross, just before you cross the line, you see a little, there's a little shed on the left side and some hydrants. That's where, there's a meter pit right there at the town line. We have a chlorination station there. That's where it comes in, and then it's just isolated by valves. Basically, that north section, north of Bridgetown Road and west of Boston Neck Road, more or less. There's a little bit on the other side of Boston Neck Road up there, but that's the area that we isolate for the North Kingstown supply.
So can you theoretically, like, if Veolia gets like to be too expensive, can you buy water from North Kingstown and
It's
sell
kind
it?
of the opposite.
It's opposite. You can't do
Because-
that.
Because we pay a wholesale rate with Veolia. I mean, we could move it around if we wanted to, but if we started taking too much water from North Kingstown, they would probably have an objection to it. Plus, they bill us as a regular retail customer, so we don't pay a wholesale rate for them. So we're paying more. We pay more
Oh, I thought it was
on a
opposite.
wholesale rate, or we pay more per gallon for them. So.
Okay.
With the rate increase, it'll be a little less. It won't be as much more, but I think they're probably due for a rate increase as well. They had approved a 5-year cycle. I believe it's 5 years ago now as well.
I was reading that South Kingstown is gonna do like a ordinance for sprinklers, you know? Are we following that?
I plan to try and present something along those lines as well. Just haven't had the time to get it together, to put it in front of the council. And one of the items that is in Veolia's, their rate increase, in addition, it's all their rules and regulations that they have. Currently, there's an allowance for sprinklers and irrigation systems, and they're just taking it right out. They don't want to allow them anymore. So Veolia is requesting the PUC so that they don't have to put in any new irrigation systems, which would be preferable too. But I would like to put together a companion ordinance so that we match South Kingstown's, and I believe it was, if I recall, I looked at it, I think, a couple weeks ago, but it pretty much puts an odd even in right from the start automatically, so you try and prevent it from getting bad before it gets really bad, and then nobody complies with it.
Right, so if that's something that we can, I mean, I read that, so I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
And I think.
Can you
I think it's
clarify
like-
the ordinance for me?
They're talking about, I think they had the first reading, or they discussed it the other night, but they're allowing people to just use their sprinkler systems on 2 days a week instead of just,
This is South Kingstown.
yeah,
That's the ordinance that's being proposed, the amendment.
yeah. Yeah, and I think, I might be wrong about the 2 days a week, maybe it's every third day or something, but
Yeah, I forget. But it is a limitation on outdoor watering.
and it's just like the whole time, so then you don't have to find out that your well's dry and then do it, you start it.
Yeah, we do have, in our ordinance currently, we have an odd even, it's in effect at all times for the North Kingstown service area, and that kind of mirrors what their supply in their town is. They've changed it a little bit to be one side of Boston Neck Road to the other, but it doesn't really make sense for us because we just do the odd even and it-
Oh, so
and
we
it's-
do odd even in the north end, like automatically?
North Kingstown area by ordinance is already in there.
Oh,
So it would
I didn't
be,
know
it would
that.
probably be a modification of, or an addition to that
I'm
ordinance.
part of that.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of the guy sitting here getting the time to draft it up so we can get it to you guys.
I think in
Yeah.
general, too, I think people would benefit just from having like an hour session at the library or community center just on, if it's possible to even put just like, because there's all these different talks that are had in the community, just educating the general consumer that might be interested in ways in which they can make smarter choices in regards to their water usage, you know. I know that sounds a little out there, but I think there are a lot of different techniques that I've even just done a simple search on the internet, and it's amazing how much water gets wasted and the cost being so astronomical these days. I just think that, you know, this is just a general ask, if there was a way in which we could set up a meeting at the library just for general residents to come in, just to better understand, you know, and figure out ways in which they can make smarter choices in their water usage. You know, I think, you know, if we all do our part, you know, things can improve.
Yeah, so
Can I-
I think we're very interested in that, John, as a council. And,
Yeah,
you know, I was traveling like last month, and we were in Europe, and I noticed like all the toilets have like these 2 flush systems, you know? And, you know, there's the big one and the little one, and it's like pretty easy to use, and it works pretty good, and it just seems like it's so much more efficient, and we should be thinking ahead like that.
Well, I know, and all the plumbing codes. All the plumbing codes, you know, and every time there's any kind of any new plumbing or a renovation in a house, it comes in that way. And we have seen reductions in the amount of water used, because you see it on the backside, on the wastewater side, that the flows, you know, have not increased as drastically. But, you know, we could look to see if Veolia would be interested, because Veolia, between us and Veolia, whether direct or through the town with Veolia Water, you know, services 95% of the town, you know, more or less.
Viola does 95%?
Yeah, Veolia has direct customers in the center of town. We purchase it from them in Point Judith, and then the section of the north end, it's not North Kingstown, and North Kingstown's water is at the other end. So Veolia would have an interest in you know, conserving water, especially since they're the ones that have to pump it out of the wells, and they're the ones that have trouble getting it to us when we have the supply issues in the summertime, because people are watering their lawns.
I guess that's, conserving water is just something that's really, really important. But I guess my question is, I know that they have odd and even, and they do all these conservation things throughout. I mean, it's not just Narragansett. I mean, there's a water shortage everywhere. Is ours more severe than some other places? I mean, do we have our restrictions longer than other places? I know people are always asking about that, but I know that other states and other places I've lived, they've had water, you know, restrictions. We've had to cut back. But I was just wondering if it's worse here than other places.
It depends on the drought conditions and what's happened over time. Again, I'm expecting this summer we will not have as difficult a time, because right now, with all the snow we had in the blizzard and the snow melt, that gets into the aquifer much better than a heavy downpour and a rainstorm that just runs off and then flows and it makes its way into the ocean. So, and then if you couple that with, if you have it, you know, a dry winter followed by a dry summer, people want to water their lawns more, because they have to keep them green, and they don't, if there's no rain, you know, if it's raining, they don't need to put their sprinkler on, because they're paying for the water too. So they want to, you know, they can conserve more water that way. So it really has to do with the conditions at the time more than generally across the board between Narragansett and any other town or area of the country. And with that, I think we could probably start talking budget on the water side. We have capital projects in there. If there's any questions on the projects, they're summarized fairly well.
There's no numbers.
And pretty straightforward. Probably the only new one that you haven't seen before this council is we've got a vehicle replacement in there. One of the trucks is ready to go.
For anyone referencing the capital packet, it's on page 55. Yep. I don't think I have any specific questions related to capital. More so, I guess, was there anything that was pushed forward into 2026, 2027 that originally you had anticipated, you know, being budgeted for a later time but moved forward based on need? Like specifically for the capital portion of this budget?
You mean something we wanted to do?
Like,
this year?
that's absolutely necessary?
No, I don't, we haven't
Okay.
moved anything around. I think the only one is the radio read program, which is the customer meters. That's a project we've been trying to get out the door.
Could you mind just explaining what that is?
That'll be replacing all the customer water service meters, individual customer meters with a new upgraded system, which will be we'll be able to read it remotely instead of now the guys drive by with a meter reader. You know, it radio reads the meters, but we have to drive by and they're antiquated, and the meters are in need of replacement. The new system will be able to. It hasn't been determined whether it's going to, you know, be radio, be cell phones, internet, satellite, anything like that, but it'll be connected into the offices so that we don't have to go out and read it with the truck, and we'll be able to read it on a daily basis and automatically, instantaneously, as opposed to quarterly like we do with the meter. So we'll have more readily available data, and people will be able to, you know, depending on what level of access we give to them, and depending on what system of meter we have, they'll have more access to their meters and their information, so they can see what the water use is on a more frequent basis.
That's awesome. Especially, you know, I can just picture the amount of time and energy saved at the very least, and just knowing that, you know, the fact that you can read and monitor these in real time, I think is really tremendous asset to the town. At what point during the 2026, 2027 fiscal year do you expect to bring that to the council for approval?
Well, I'm trying to get the bid out, but it's before the fiscal year, but it's going to be running close.
Okay.
There's a few other bids I'm trying to get out right now.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions related to capital for water?
That project's pretty important.
That one?
Right now, you know, people really don't know with the Narragansett system if you have a leak until your next quarterly bill comes out, you know? So the advantage of what John's talking about is a big, you know, I mean, people have leaks that are like, it's unbelievable how much water can build up in a simple leak, you know?
Are there ways in which, if what you're saying is correct, are there ways in which this kind of a program, you'd be able to like flag to a customer if they're using above an average, or like what kind of reporting would we be able to make readily available to the average?
Well, for instance, right now, we, like Councilmember Durkin said, the bill won't come out till for the meter. You get billed a quarter after your read. So the bills that just went out in March, it's from your December read, and you're behind. But we get the March read right after we send those bills out. So if we see it when the bills come in, we'll see, and the clerk will see we'll see that increased use. If it looks different or unusually high, we can send a notice out for a high use check, and we can send the people out to do it. So when we do notice it, but it's not like you're going to see it all the time, and sometimes it's going to be real big. But with the new systems, then the smart meters and the smart systems, some of them you can set up where the people will have an app on their phone, and you can, you can say if it has, you see too much usage and how much, and you can trigger and notify me this, notify me that. So there's various levels of ability to monitor and observe it. So it will be a very beneficial to the customers.
Hey, that's fantastic. I mean, in a general family, mom is complaining that the kids are using too much water. See, here's the proof right here on my phone. That's fantastic. So the fact that we're able to really provide that level of service to the town, I think is really, really fantastic. So Thank you for the
Do we have,
soundbite on that,
do
too.
we have those meters? Have we already bought them?
No,
or-
no, we don't have it.
So you're putting them out? to bid?
It'll have to go out to bid. It'll be a furnish, they'll have to come up with the whole system. They'll have to integrate it into our billing system. That's one of the reasons why we waited, because we just finally got the utility billing system up and running, and 3 bills out? And March went out on time?
Yeah.
And to get that squared away, so that when the meter system, because it's all computerized, the meter reading system has to communicate with the billing system, so all that has to be integrated together. And they have to be swapped out, and it'll have to be maintained, and the old system will have to be kept alive while the new system goes in until they're all done. So there'll be a bid spec that goes out. It'll solicit contractors and vendors, and generally it'll be a large meter supplier, and the different meter suppliers have different software with different systems that they use. And then we'll present it, once we have that out to bid, we have the bids, we'll present it to the council for approval.
So it'd be nice that Veolia, if we use Veolia's software, because then you could look at the same bills, you don't have to have 2 different bills.
Well, that would be the billing software, so the metering software could be entirely different. I'm not sure who they use for billing software, but our billing software is set for a while now. We're going to be with them.
I'm sure they have like an agreement in place where
I think
it's their readings.
They have a pretty good little bill. It shows like, has a lot of graphs on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very informative.
Yeah, we've got there's some graphics, and I know it's a big change from what it was, but there's limitations based on which system you use and what you have there. But I think with depending on the metering system, there may be an increased ability to monitor within that aspect, but that all has to come with whatever system we get and what kind of customer service and customer access they have, and what we grant them.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for John? Do you have, I didn't want to cut you off if you had anything else that you wanted to add.
I'm ready to move
Awesome.
on to the wastewater increases, is compensation costs again, and then sewage treatment costs have increased with our budgeting and what we're expecting or potentially for our the lease with URI, and that'll need to be renegotiated here. But other than that, if there's any questions.
So this is, just to be clear, this is the wastewater portion of the budget, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Nope, you already sounded that. I just want to reiterate that to the council. So this is, of course, everyone's favorite topic of conversation in the town these days is what is this council doing to support and enforce and, address some of the ongoing issues in regards to the wastewater treatment facility. And, I think there's been a lot of exaggerated numbers out there in the public. So is there, if you wouldn't mind, just speaking specifically, and of course now I'm going to the capital side, of what is in this portion of the budget and how it's going to benefit the town residents in regards to the wastewater treatment facilities, or improving our infrastructure overall.
Okay, well,
I know that's a loaded question, but
I could probably start. It's the capital is set up with a 6-year program, the current year plus 5 years forward, and what the big line items that you're really concerned with are going to be the regional treatment facility, which when South Kingstown finishes their facilities plan, we'll have a determination of how much capacity we'll need over there and what it'll take to achieve that. The future years on the regional budget are just for currently planned maintenance and equipment replacements, so that doesn't include any of the new capital That'll come next year with next year's budget or after they get their facilities plan approved, which they're in the process of working on. The second line is the Scarborough Treatment Facility, and that you can see over 6 years, a $34 million expenditure, which is about 2/3 or 3/4 of the total state of good repair, baseline improvements, plus the one of the alternate solids handling, the solids dewatering system that was part of the approved facilities plan. So that's basically half of the facilities plan, which will bring the Scarborough treatment plant into all the equipment and material there that's existing into good operating order, and bring this in solids handling up to its so we can dewater sludge and save some money on our sludge disposal.
So that 5.2 million expenditure there for the first year, this is project number 2, that would be, the high-level overview of specifically what you were talking about with the improvement of the infrastructure. Because honestly, that was my question, was there was only a sentence describing what work was being proposed for the Scarborough wastewater treatment facility. So $5 million's obviously a big number, so I was just curious as to what was
So
on
what
there.
that $5 million is a portion of the, I took the facilities plan and all of the recommendations there in that $43 million worth of work, and broke that up into pieces because we can't do it in a year. You just can't do it. That represents a third of the, and I reviewed with the operating staff and the superintendent what our most urgent needs were, and the biggest need out there is in terms of our equipment and equipment needing to be replaced is the solids handling facility. So that's the first portion, and that's so what that number, that $5 million is about a third of the solids handling portion. So we broke it up and worked that way. So that's next year. So what we look to do is initially the solids handling is the first portion that gets started, and then we move on, and then the next piece is the disinfection on the back end. And the chlorine dosing is another one of the larger projects. And then in the middle, we get to the oxidation ditch, because the equipment there is going to be 10 or 12, 14 years old at the time. We're still in where the equipment is in good shape, but some of the structural components of the ditch and the things that were originally constructed are in need of some improvements. And then the last portions are the final settling tanks with some upgrades there, replacing equipment that's aging, and then to round it out, the last of the 6 years are more the lab building, the maintenance building, and just that are more straight building locations where they're heating, ventilating equipment and things like that.
If I could explain that to you a little bit better, not a little bit better, I'm sorry.
A lot better.
That's not what I meant at all. I did not mean that. What you're looking at on the top is the total cost of something.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom portion is what we're going to spend out of the wastewater budget this year. That top portion, we have to find money. So we have met with Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, Bond Council, and our financial advisor. And who's the other state agency we met with? Commerce? What was it? REMA and somebody else. Anyways, we're meeting with people to try to determine how we attack the plan. I mean, they have determined what they need to do in what order, what's the most immediate need. There's wastewater fund cannot support all this, so we have to borrow. So there's discussions on whether we go to a general obligation bond or a revenue bond, and we're taking it by piecemeal. So now that we know this, we can go back to bond council and continue the conversation on the best way to fund these projects.
That would get on the ballot this year?
If it's a general obligation bond, it would have to go on the ballot this year.
Okay.
So it's got to come quick.
I'm not against that, so,
But
like,
yeah, if it's not,
gotta do
if
it.
it's a revenue bond, then it's from revenue generated from the enterprise fund, which
I just want the public to be
just
clear
getting-
that we're not kicking the can down the road. and we're
Yeah,
trying
I would have
tackle
to, if it was a general obligation, if it was a revenue bond out of the enterprise fund, we do not have to go on the ballot.
Okay.
When does that,
We're moving right along.
Oh, I was going to say, because obviously if it's a ballot initiative,
It's
like the
gotta move,
timing, the
right.
window here is shrinking, so.
Well, we just got the report in December. We've been.
Oh, I know you guys are
Meeting
moving
tomorrow.
We've
at
been
light
moving.
speed
I mean,
here, so I just
we're
want to,
moving.
as fast as you possibly can, so I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
I mean, it's a high priority.
Awesome, thank you.
Obviously, we work together on the subcommittee and all of that stuff, and I just think that I just want to be clear in my mind, because it's confusing sometimes, all the numbers that we receive when I ask you for them. But is it fair to say that the Scarborough plant is only at 50% capacity? Is that about fair to say? Maybe it's 55 or something, but it,
Typically, the plant flow is around, 500,000 to 750,000 gallons a day on average on an annual basis. It's been close to that for the last several years since I've been here. The plant is permitted for 1.4 million gallons a day. So from a permitted capacity, the plant is about 55 to 60% capacity.
right, so that plant was built in anticipation of sewering the south end of Narragansett and some of the middle of Point Judith, like in like Hopper Island and Great Island, and for the future, right?
Yep.
And those places haven't been
Yeah.
even touched yet, and may not ever be touched, and some other places came on in between to make it, busy or up
Yeah,
to
there's
50%.
there's been some additional, here and there, connections and the like, and we've had some sewer policy additions that have, people who didn't have access who have been approved and have come in that way. But generally, the major expansions would be like you say, Great Island, Harbor Island, and those areas.
Right.
But there are some other areas of, and we just adding in with down in
Breakwater.
one offshore, Breakwater,
Yeah.
one offshore is coming on now.
Yeah. So is it your plan, the town's plan, to keep repairing the infrastructure at Scarborough and not replacing the plant?
Well,
Because the facilities report was like,
It was both. But the first thing we have to do is get everything, what's out there working right. Because if we try to build a new plant without fixing what's there, a lot of that equipment is 30, 40 years old and not in great shape. We've got contracts out right now to evaluate some pumps and do some Band-Aid repairs, and then I'm putting together a contract to go out to bid to replace some of the sludge pumps, the sludge handling pumps, so that the plant will function and we can just perform and move the material around. So the first step is to bring everything into state of good repair, and then the next step, which doesn't even enter, that's the other, what was it, $35 million worth of expansion, so we can bring in the fish industry down from the other end.
oh, so part of the 35 will include anticipating some of the Galilee
Well,
Years out, not in this.
after the 6 years?
The 6 years would, well, no, the 6 years is all to repair equipment that hasn't been repaired and needs to be repaired.
Wow.
And again, yeah, it's the can was kicked down the road quite a bit here. So, like I said, I don't want to kick the can down the road anymore.
Yeah.
So that's, and that, like I said, I mentioned 35 million because that's the on top of the 46, right? The 42.6 is to put the plant into good working order, another 35 to be able to expand it and increase the capacity and the processing capacity to handle the fish processing industry. And then, but that expansion in addition there would be able to accommodate all of the south end down there that is planned for sewers.
I think, if we bring in the fish industry, then we get money from the state, right? That's the benefit is to keep people working, but also we're going to get a benefit from the state by bringing that industry back to the Scarborough.
Yeah, the facilities plan was funded by an economic development grant with the idea that with that as an approved plan, that we would be able to pursue different funding sources and grant sources that would have economic development with it. But unfortunately, that's, to get that, we're at the portion where, the plan has to make sure the plant is still there and running properly so that we can expand it. So we do need, as Finance Director mentioned, the bottom part of the table there, it shows, where the funds are coming from. So we're showing, for the Scarborough plant, we're showing some current revenue, a portion is borrowed, and then another portion where grants and donations, where we're going to go, and we have to go seek and find out those sources as well. But it is opened up because we do have the opportunity to bring in additional economic development.
And
Thank you.
Jim,
That's all I have. Question?
that was one of the, what you'd brought up and John had spoken about in our conversations with DEM. That would be our best chance to secure additional funding through DEM and EDA to embrace the economic development Galilee. And I think the state has already indicated that they would definitely work with us on funding for that.
No, well, that'd be good.
I think it's also important to just address just the importance of, and this is just in general talking, there's talks of different priorities from previous councils and, being kick the can down the road, so to speak. I would just ask, this is just more of a budget ask moving forward for the town and future councils, that when it comes to prioritizing different budget needs, that this is something that really ought to take very high priority moving forward, that the maintenance of our infrastructure is like second to none. Like you're building this, it's like the foundation of this town. And when it comes, and I understand, and this is not a dig at you at all, because I know that this has been in the plan for 20 years, I believe, and for us to have gone through a whole 20-year span of time, and to finally be addressing some of these issues head on, I think it's long overdue, and I appreciate that you're bringing this to us so that we and future councils can continue to be facing these things head on. I understand that there were different budget concerns in the past, but I really feel like this is a necessity for the town. And, I think unfortunately, because different budget priorities were taken in the past, things are a lot more expensive, having not been addressed as much as they really should have been, I think, over the last 20 years. So I'm really, again, just echoing my support for the budget that you've presented here, as well as over the next 6 years, because, the time is now. I don't think we really ought to be kicking the can down the road anymore, especially with something as serious as the wastewater treatment facilities and our infrastructure. And I know that, we've shared a conversation as well as the aging pipes and infrastructure throughout the town. Would you mind just giving a soundbite as to where we are in regards to like the piping and the infrastructure in the town? Because it's actually a little bit better in some areas than people in town seem to think as well.
Well, yeah, that's the next item
Oh.
on the pump station upgrades is the state of good repair for the pump stations, and you can see that's, $20 million, $21 million over the 6 years. And I believe there could have been more than that in the facilities plan. I forget that's only 6 years. We're probably spreading some of those things out. And again, some of the pump stations are in much more need of repair than others. We're looking to prioritize the ones that are in the worst shape now. Stanton Avenue is one that comes to mind where it's an old package station, but the gravity sewer systems are not in too bad a shape for the most part. But the pump stations, we do need to get a handle on it and work on those, because most of the piping systems are good. They can go for more than 50 years if they're just flowing with gravity rather than being pumped to forced sewage or water main or something like that. Water mains can last 50 to 75 years because it's clean, but they can the sewer infrastructure is similar.
Awesome. Just actually, while we're here, the general versus the revenue, the general obligation versus the revenue bond. I had a question on this, and I'm trying to remember what my question was. I believe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that was in regards to the specific for the $5 million for this upcoming fiscal year, correct? Is that where? Sorry.
It's all of it into consideration and how.
Oh, it's all?
It might be.
Oh,
all of
okay.
it. We might,
Good.
depending on what happens and how we work this out with our financial manager and bond counsel and Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank et al. It could be, do we go for 34 million? Ask
Well, that was my question.
to a bond, right, for a bond referendum?
Right.
And just issue bonds over the years?
Yep.
Or do we just go for 20 million now? Or that's a whole discussion we had to have once we figured out the most important needs and getting an estimate on those.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think I have any other additional questions specific to this, but in regards to some of the concerns that people have shared over the last year, was there anything that you moved forward for the wastewater portion of the budget that you were not expecting to include this year, or was everything pretty much just as you had planned?
Well, I think for this budget, it's what we have planned for. Again, some of the solids handling fell right into some of the issues we had last summer. We had some issue with some sludge pumps and a few things, and some of the solids processing that we implemented was a little problematic. But again, we do have a contract, or it will be a contract when I get it out to bid, you authorized the use of about $150,000 left over from the jetty repair project that we had a loan for. Reauthorized the use of that to replace some sludge pumps, the sludge transfer pumps, so that process, and we're trying to scramble to get that in, and hopefully we're going to have, it's going to be a tight window, but trying to have it so that we have some of that work done before the summer hits, and we're also looking to get one of the pumps repaired right away as well, to make sure we're up to speed with that. But other than that, we haven't, none of the capital stuff. All the rest of the capital is really based off of the facilities plan, which is an overall picture, and then review with the superintendent and the operating staff as to what the highest priority is.
Awesome. Actually, I did have one other question, and this is really just a dream world out there, I think, just out of curiosity, with all the questions and conversations over the last year regarding our wastewater treatment facilities and whose flow is going where. To your knowledge, has South Kingstown or the community at URI ever looked into building a new facility in their town so that they retain some of the cost and then, give back some capacity to Narragansett?
I don't think anybody's looked at that. I think they're all, South Kingstown and URI are I won't say complacent, but they're satisfied that they can be met by the regional facility. And URI, I know part of some of the intermunicipal agreements, URI has had it documented that they have enough capacity for them forever. They won't ever need any more, and they don't really want to have to pay for any more when the time comes for paying for large capital improvements. So those are issues that have to be dealt with as we go to any kind of construction.
And I think that's something that we can continue to, bring to the state's attention as well, as we know that they're building these new dorms on their campus, and with more people living on campus, what does that impact have on the infrastructure and the wastewater treatment and whichever way it's being routed? But in general, I think that these are just things for us and neighboring towns in the state to keep in mind, is that when these new facilities go up, it does, provide additional burden to the infrastructure that's currently in place. So it's just a reminder to be mindful across the board of, those kind of impacts.
Maybe they should have the 2-button toilets.
Yeah, they will. Those
Will
new
they?
dorms will, yeah. No,
Nice.
I visited my son in school, he's in an apartment this year, but when he was at school, the dorms got I think it might have been, it might have not been 2 buttons, but the handle, it was like pull up for 1, push down for 2, So when they do
I
them,
just thought
any of the new
the
stuff.
big button and the little button
Yeah.
was so easy, you didn't have to
Yeah.
figure out what it was.
Yeah, I guess it depends on when it was. His dorm was probably renovated, not as recently, so, but I'm sure it's down in New Jersey. But yeah, I'm sure all of that stuff is going to be as energy efficient and as utility efficient as possible. All the stuff that they build over there, and then it's again some of that will be because they're building dorms because they're trying to take some of the students that rent in Narragansett in the summer there, because right now freshmen and sophomore are on campus and junior and senior are off, right?
Right.
So I think they're trying to bring more people on campus. To have them on campus, I don't know how successful they'll be unless they mandate it, that they have to be there for 3 years instead of 2. But that's where they're looking.
Someone once told me, actually, a better way to retain some of those older students on campus is you add a bar to campus. But obviously, a totally other conversation for another day. But
And an ocean.
and an ocean, yeah. But in any event, does anyone else have any other final questions, comments for John? Oh, sorry.
Looking back at wastewater 2, Scarborough plant, what would be the immediate repairs that we would engage with?
Like I said, immediately, we're going to repair some sludge transfer pumps, and then the first set of design work that we would have to go out to get a design for the renovations of the solids handling facility, which is, it has those sludge pumps in it, but it also has a sludge storage and aeration, the sludge thickening equipment, which we dewater the sludge. They say dewater, but you take a little bit of the solid, the water out of it to ship it before it gets sent to Cranston to be incinerated, in that building, and that would be the first project where we would be looking to move forward with.
Okay. And is that something that you think, what would be the timeline on completing something like that?
Well, the first is we'll have to get proposals or get a consultant, whether we would go with Wright Pierce or whether we would go and seek other consultants to do the design work, to get a design consultant, because it would have to be a detailed design. That would be an engineered set of documents, design plans, and the like, that we would be able to go out to bid with. And that, we're going to move forward with that as soon as we can, time allowing, and then be able to go out to bid and move and solicit construction contractors. One project we do have that is included in the work as well there is that I neglected to mention till before was we currently have a design contract for the generator, emergency generator at Scarborough plant, because that thing goes back till the early 80s. And the difficulty to get parts to repair, the thing doesn't have a lot of hours on it. If you took the engine and put it on a boat someplace, once we're done with it, it'll run forever. But the generator side of it is not as efficient. So we have a contract for that, and that will be out to bid for, and that's one we're going to be looking to whether we're going to go for a loan or finance. But that project will be out to bid before the end of the year. Probably not the end of the fiscal year, but it'll be out and it'll be awarded next fiscal year.
Okay. So thinking back to the sludge pump, unlikely that it'll be in place and repaired by the summer?
No, we'll have the repair contract. We're having one removed and to be evaluated to see what it'll take to fix it and I had a conversation with the vendor today. The goal would be to have it back mid-May if possible, but we're not sure what it might need. The pump needs to be checked out and dependent on what needs to be fixed on it and how much that's going to cost versus whether we would just go purchase a new pump and have it installed and then incorporate that into the other contract, which is to replace the other two pumps, which are one's working and the other one works if we really needed to.
Okay. So we're looking to have like the engineering done in May? RFQ out in May, or?
For the sludge transfer pumps, that's on my desk now to try and get that contract out to bid. We have to complete the applications to DEM for categorical exclusions, which are required for the loan program to get the loan squared away and get that all worked out. But my plan is to have that out within the next 2 weeks to have those two things done. We'll get the town manager to sign the application documents for the DEM plans this week or early next week, and then to get the bid documents squared away after that. And I have to work with the purchasing manager to select bid dates and the like. It slipped from where I wanted it to be, but we're working as fast as we can on it.
All right. Thank you, John. Let's get that project funded.
Any other questions or comments for John?
I just like to, I know we're working with the consultant, and the consultant is making recommendations. So are you going to be able to fulfill those recommendations, or what you determine to be what's needed for the summer months coming up? Are things going to be in place to be able to get all that done?
Yeah, the equipment will be there. What we have that's the plan, to make sure we have enough equipment, and the idea is to have redundancy for where you have it right now. We're a little short on that because of the length of time we've gone between for unscheduled replacements is really what it was. But yeah, we're working with him to set up and run the process. We're going to have some the settings and some of the parameters and where our targets for how we're going to operate the plant are going to be a little different this summer than they were last summer, based on what we've learned and after looking back at the historical operations and where we're at. But right now, we made changes to the controls, just the operation of the controls, and the automated controls in the oxidation ditch, from where we were last year to this year. And I mean, we're using way less energy, and it's the superintendent had to call the state to ask, I know I can't put 100% removal. How do I fill out the DMR, because we're getting BOD in, and it's non-detect on the BOD and non-detect on a lot of the TSS. So the plant's running as well as it ever has right now. But the challenge is when the flow, the loadings kick up in the late spring. But we've looked at that a lot more closely this year from where we were in previous years, and with the consultants' help and the dedication of the superintendent and the operating staff, we're going to be ready.
So, sitting on that committee with Mr. Durkin, that subcommittee, I'd just like to commend you for your work with the consultant, and I know you guys are working really hard to try to figure this out, and I thank you, the council thanks you, and I'm sure the residents thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate the added efforts here and your patience with answering all our questions.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And thank you, Donna, for those comments. And John, I concur 100%. Steve Dano, DPW Director.
Good evening, gentlemen and lady of the
Good
Town
evening.
Council. How are you tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for your patience. Lot to cover.
Pleasure. Oh, I had it on the phone, but that's fine. So the operating budget for Public Works is generally level funded. The biggest increase is due to the two employee requests, compensation costs, and utility costs. The two employees that we're looking for is, one is a mechanic. We're behind on the work, and we're doing a lot of work for maintaining this equipment. We're doing fluid film spraying on the frames, which is really keeping them from rusting out as much. We're getting 15 to 17 years on the big trucks and the little trucks, which is record for a municipality who's treating roads with straight salt. The truck on the next agenda is a 2009 that I'm looking to at least get the frame, the cabin chassis, because we have the money, so I could get it ordered, because it takes 1 to 2 years now to get a truck. So that mechanic that we're looking for is to help our fleet maintenance guys stay up to date with everything, because like I said, we do buses, we do police, we do fire, we do the fireboat, we do everything. And we have a phenomenal staff. They know what they're doing. They do a really good job. So we're trying to even out the load there. And then at any time with vacations and sick time and everything, some days they have 2 mechanics, some days they're all there. And that leads into the highway division part of it. I've got 10 full-time guys. Today I had 5, plus the foreman. So we're looking for another truck driver to help with the duties, because we offer a lot of duties to the town. Right now, we're going to be spending the next couple weeks just doing lawn damage cleanup from that blizzard. We've done a lot of mailbox repairs. We do as a courtesy. We do a lot of courtesy, different things to help out the residents. And I think they really appreciate that we go that extra mile. So we're trying to get that extra person to help us continue and maintain that level of service. Eventually, I'd like to get a couple more where I could have my own tree division that just trims the trees for the truck clearances. That's year-round work. Unless they're plowing snow, they'd be doing tree work, tree planting, and tree takedowns. But that's for the future. The other costs are compensation costs and utility costs. That's pretty much it for the operating part, because we really didn't do much. The capital improvement plan, building renovations, I asked for 219.5. I got 80, and we were able to reduce that because we were able to save some money on some other projects. So we'll be able to do some of this work with the security at the building and the heat. Some of that could come out of existing capital funds that we won't have to go to bond for. Storm drains, I put in for 200,000. For 200,000, I'm lucky to get 1,600 feet. It's about 800 feet at 100,000 is what it averages. That's with the town supplying the pipes and the materials, and that's just what that money that we're paying is just the contractor for their labor and equipment. Eastwood Look has corrugated metal pipe, was supposed to be reinforced concrete pipe years ago, but somehow corrugated metal got in there and all that's rotted out. And we're finding other neighborhoods, the north end part, the upper part of Metatuxet, we just did 2.5 million replacement on that so we could do roads. But I didn't want to do the roads until we did the pipes because that'd be wasting money. So storm drains, infrastructure is very important. Pavement management, this money I had put in 995, we're getting 600 of that goes towards the MRPB grant we have with Rhode Island DOT to redo Rockland Street from Kingstown Road all the way to Rodman. Curbs, new sidewalks both sides, granite curbs, excavate the road, all new gravel, grid, and asphalt. It's overdue. So that money would also, whatever's left, would free up for some chip seal and some road treatments to preserve some more of the other roads. Equipment replacement, asked for 255, went with the 175. That's just the other half of the sweeper money. Come July 1st, I'll be able to order the street sweeper that needs to be replaced. Vehicle replacement, I asked for 715, got 230. The 715 was also included another big truck, some other pickup trucks that are 17 years old. With the 230, I'll be able to finish building the truck that I'm going to have on agenda the next meeting, and also I think it provides for 1 or 2 pickup trucks that need to be replaced. But that's it for that capital part. Then that's it, unless you want to talk about road bond stuff. Road bond, while I'm talking about it, if we do go out to bond for that, I'm ready to hit the road right now with Phase 3B5, the last part of Phase 3. And most of that is some of the interior roads in Metatuxet. They're permitted, they're designed, they're ready to go. Phase 4 roads, Phase 4, 1 and 2, and these roads are on the website under Public Works. There's a whole list there. And Phase 4, 1 and 2 are currently they're designed. They're currently at CRMC now for permitting. So we want to just keep the ball rolling with the road reconstruction projects.
How are those phases determined? Like, we hear all the, not
Right,
all the time,
so
but we hear.
So we were able to take the politics and everything right out of it.
Oh.
We hired Beta Group Incorporated is the engineering company that we use. And we pay we're due now to do another survey. We do it like every 5 years. And they send a crew out and they evaluate each road. They drive them, walk them. They have a grading system for each road. It's called RSR, road. I forget what it stands for, but it's a survey rating for the roads. So what they do is they give me a report from least condition to the best condition, and the higher score is the better road. So with that, they also group them in recommended repairs. Some say complete reconstruction, some say do a chip seal, some say a mill overlay. So what I do is I take that whole report and we put it together. The worst of the worst roads that need to be reconstructed go on that Phase 3, 4, 5 list that's on the website right now. So with that list, we graded the roads and we by the worst, and we put them in categories based on location so that there's groups of roads that are close together so they're not bouncing all over the place. So we do different neighborhoods based on their rating. The roads that are better than that, we've been doing the MRT treatment where we sprayed the roads and did the crack filling that a lot of people didn't like because it made a mess, but it's the right treatment for the road because it rejuvenates the road and it works the asphalt back together, so it gives it better structure and better bonding because they've taken a lot of the oil out of the roads when they asphalt them now. A lot of the stuff's latex material. So this puts the oils back into it. And that buys time for the road. And then you could go and put a chip seal on top of that and gives it more time. You get 5-10 years out of a road that you would have lost. So
Are sidewalks included in this?
sidewalks can be included in this. We do sidewalk repairs. We've hired a company called Precision Concrete Cutting to cut the trip hazards out. They grind them down.
I am gonna use some of that money, the sidewalk by the towers across like where the fountain is pretty bad. So I have a quote in place for that, to replace some of those sidewalks, even though it's on the state road, but the state put them in initially, and now, once the state puts them in, they make it the town's responsibility, even if it's on a state road, which that's a whole other can of worms with legislation that you guys had agreed last year on a resolution to try to get the state to take over their maintenance of their sidewalks, because they dump it on the towns. But in the meantime, we still have to make it safe for the residents. So we do spend some of our money on state road sidewalks, and then we try to wait on doing sidewalks in a different area until the road gets reconstructed. When the road, like we're going to do with Rockland Street, when the road gets reconstructed, that's when you go in soup to nuts, do sidewalks, curb, everything. And we're also, the town manager and I are working with the state to try to get a sub-recipient agreement for South Bay Road to get reconstructed, part of Woodruff Avenue, part of that section of Beach Street by the post office. That's actually state, where it's by Aqua Blue. That's all green. It's like a minefield over there.
Yeah.
That's a state road. That's why I haven't done anything with it. So we're trying to.
Oh, I never doubted you.
The state is willing to, if we're willing to manage the project for the state, they're willing to give us money to do that section. And then there's also the Woodruff Ave.
So
we're kind of in a little debate with the state on who owns it.
So does the state provide, for instance, I know that there's an assistance that the town provides here, but would the state like provide funding for the town to address that particular issue that you were referencing?
Yes. The town manager and I met with Mr. Alviti before he retired, and his team, and we South Pier Road sections of Bonnet Shores, South Ferry Road, Middlebridge, I think they're on the state TIP program, where they provide what I think it's like 80% of the funding, and the town has to cover 20%. So those are already on a program that we're trying to work on doing South Pier Road. The work that I've done on it in the past couple of years, mill and overlay, that's really just a Band-Aid until we could do the road properly. Beach Street, the state's like, yeah, that's our road, but if you want to manage the project, maybe we could get you some money if you're willing to do it. So we said, yeah, we'll do that. And we're actually in a little debate with the state on who owns Woodruff Avenue, because when I was going to do Woodruff Avenue 2 years ago, and it was brought to my attention that that's a state road, but the state doesn't claim ownership of it. But we have documentation here that says the state took it in the 70s when they put Route 1 in. So we'll talk about that another day. The town managers has the town solicitor looking into doing a title search.
As long as,
because I need an answer. Is it mine or theirs? Just to know.
yeah, as long as there's like debates when it comes to like roads and who's maintaining or managing them, it's just, obviously making sure that while there's a debate going on, that there's not a neglect going on for a service.
What we've been doing, Darren McConnell, my deputy director, has a good rapport with the foreman of Bellevue, and we've been taking turns doing the potholes. We've been plowing it. Like, I think they line striped it last year, so we've been sharing responsibilities until a determination is made. Because if it's ours, then we'll get it on the schedule to get done. If it's the state, then I'm looking for the state to fund it, and we'll still manage the project with a sub-recipient agreement. That way, the road gets taken care of. But in the meantime, we have been maintaining it with the state.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm going to start sounding like a broken record over these next two budgets. So I live in the north end where a bunch of families live in. I heard you talk about phase 3. It sounds like Metatuxet's involved in that. A lot of those roads need some love, and a lot of the families have been talking about the love. So I can direct them to the website for these phases?
Absolutely. If you go to the town's website and go to the Public Works page, there is a section on one of the sides where it talks about the road bond project, and there's an attachment there. It's a PDF, I believe, that it has phase 3, 4, and 5 on how they're laid out in different groups and how they would be done.
So when I hear that Phase 3 includes Metatuxet, does it include other areas of the north end as well?
Yeah, there's sections throughout town, north, center, south.
Okay.
Through all 4 and 5. 3B, the last section, is some of the interior roads of Metatuxet. And Old Pine is on there, but unfortunately, Old Pine, I have to wait to do that road until the inner roads are done, because it wouldn't make sense to do a main road in a neighborhood and then come in and reconstruct the interior roads and have the heavy trucks and equipment beating up a brand-new road.
I totally understand. Yeah, Old Pine's a mess, but.
But yeah, so like, if you take some time and go through that, and then you could send me an email, and I'll answer any questions you guys have about different roads. But by having Beta do that examination of the roads and just compiling the data, it takes the politics right out of it, because you guys don't have to worry about people saying, oh, can you do this road or that road? Because they're already scored based on what they need. And it's the most fair thing, and it's the best for all the residents. It's fair across the board, and it makes it so much easier.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I know that's been shared on social media before. If we could, share that again on social media, just even have it be a headline on the town webpage. It's just any way that we can make it easier. And I just want to say again, thank you to everyone who works behind the scenes. Even since being, onboarded as a new council, I've seen so many ways in which this town has addressed the availability of the resources in this town, especially being able to better navigate our town web pages. I see a very lively Parks and Rec Facebook page. There's different social media pages out there that are regularly providing updates, and I know it's a tremendous service to the town, so thank you. The other thing I'll add as well is, I just want to extend a heartfelt and sincere thank you to you and to all of your staff for the incredible service that they provided the town for a historical blizzard in this town. You guys were working around the clock to plow roads and address and provide, exceptional service to the residents in this town. And it doesn't go unnoticed. So I just wanted to say thank you for all that you did.
Thank you for that. It means a lot, and it's total teamwork. We had Parks and Rec there, Water Department, 2 wastewater staff, outside local contractors that we had agreements to rent equipment with operators, and we had the town manager there, and his assistant did some grocery shopping for us and got us pizza. Like,
awesome.
That stuff goes a long way, and it really does when the guys are working and they don't have time to stop. It makes a difference with everybody being there. Police and fire, we all worked together to get the job done, to get people transported. So it was definitely a team effort, and you'll see it a lot in town when things happen, local emergencies, everyone pulls together. When the tailgate drops, the BS stops. Everyone works together. So it's definitely a team effort. It's everyone working together. Definitely.
Really appreciate it. Does anyone else have any final questions or comments?
One question, or maybe a suggestion. I don't see why the state would want to keep that little section of Beach Street, because it doesn't really. I think the state road used to go, straight, and now it doesn't, so it goes around the seawall there. So I think we should just ask them to, condemn that plot, and then we can take care of it. We don't have to listen to the residents complain.
Well, maybe when the lawyers and the title people look at Woodruff Ave, maybe that's something they can negotiate.
Make a deal or something.
As far as I'm concerned, I just need to know what's my responsibility and what isn't. That way I appropriate. I can't, myself, I don't feel it's right to appropriate taxpayer dollars to state roads when I should be spending it on town roads. So if that ever became a town road, then fine. But until then, I don't think it's right to spend town money on state stuff.
The thought on that one was, Jim, that if the subrecipient agreement goes through with all three of those components, Woodruff, Beach, and South Pier, where the state would give us the majority, overwhelming majority of the funding. At that juncture, once that's all done and the survey's done, we would ask them for it. We would just say, now that it's done, we'll take it.
Yeah, because I could see where they'd want to keep control of Woodruff Avenue, because it comes off of Route 1, the exit, and then it connects to Point Judith. But I don't see why they'd want
Right, I mean,
Beach Street, like.
right,
little
so if you were to go to RIDOT's page, they have a map with a red line
Yeah,
that
no.
says where all their roads are, and
Yeah.
little tiny pieces on there.
Yeah.
Why, I don't know, it's before
And
me.
then the other steps, the other question I had, Steve, there was somebody that made a comment the other night at the planning board about the Public Works Department requesting that new roads be 24 feet wide in subdivisions. Is that something that you?
Well, there's different guidelines. Jill and I have been looking through those to look at making changes. The biggest reason we're asking for the 24 feet is because some of these neighborhoods, the short roads with 3 to 5 houses, the ordinance says they could be down as small as 14 feet. How is a rescue and a fire truck going to be able to go in there if there's a problem and pass each other? So the request for the 24 feet is so there's plenty of room for emergency equipment and trucks to get in and out. That's where it comes from for a maintenance and safety thought. On a narrower road, there's a plan going through for a Clock Road division, and that one has been agreed upon to be 20 feet. But to go any smaller, I think it becomes, if you look at Bonnet Shores on how narrow some of their roads are, if there's a fire and a fire truck gets in there, then a rescue follows and another fire truck, say, comes in, that rescue can't get out, especially if they're fighting a fire or whatever. So we would prefer the wider road, just as a matter of public safety. And for road maintenance too, if school buses and everything. But that's something that we're gonna be looking at the ordinance to see about any changes. And then you guys make the decision anyway, because it goes to you for final approval. But we're gonna be looking at making changes. I know if it came from that Clark Road, it was, that's where the reasoning came from. But we had settled on 20 on that one.
The little subdivision there that's
Yeah,
not
off of
built
Clark
yet?
Road across,
Yeah.
the one that's supposed to be going in Clark LLC or whatever it's
Yeah,
named.
yeah.
So that one was settled. And the other issue with that one was they were looking for only 3 inches of asphalt, and we require 4, with an 8-inch sub-base of gravel, and then the geo-grid with the fabric, so that the road is solid for many years. Because if the town's gonna take it over, it should at least meet our specs. But I think that's all been worked out.
Yeah. I'm all set.
Steve, I'd just like to echo Alex's thank you for your and your department's response to the blizzard. It was excellent, and we were plowed out within 3 days. I would also like to extend a thank you for some of those extra mile items. The mailboxes in the condo complex that I live in were destroyed during one of the storms. I'm not sure if it was the first of the blizzard, but within a couple of days, DPW was there giving us new mailboxes and installing them. So thank you
Yeah,
to you and your team.
we do the best we can with what we do. We have a great team, and it's everybody. I can't take credit for them. You know, it's teamwork. Definitely, thank you. And we have a Facebook page, so whenever anything new comes out, we post it there, and then the other departments, we share each other's pages, so that's another place to look for updates as well. No, we haven't.
Just a joke.
We haven't. I hear there's other Facebook pages with that, but it's not ours, but thank you.
And as of today, we have our new communication software up and running,
Oh.
and people can sign up. It will be posted on Facebook, and it will be posted on the town website, where you can sign up and receive emails based on these types of meetings and all your announcements. So Thank you, Dan, for that.
Yeah. Finally, huh? Nice.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
And any other final questions or comments on this? All right. Really appreciate you being here, and thank you for your patience and for all of your service to this town. And please extend our heartfelt thanks to your staff as well.
I will tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Parks and Recs, Director Kershaw.
Yes. Thank you, Michelle Kershaw, for being here and for your patience. And for everyone at home, Michelle Kershaw is our Director of Parks and Recreation. Thank you for being here.
And you're welcome. Thank you. Last but not least.
Yes.
Sort of. So the Parks and Recreation budget, as you know, is inclusive of many different departments. So we've got Parks and Rec. We've also got, obviously, the Beach Enterprise Fund, the Middlebridge Enterprise Fund, the Recreation Department, Parks Maintenance, Community Development, and all of our beach staff. As my fellow team members said to you earlier today, the increases in regards to wages, again, are across the board. They deal with compensation, contractual benefits, et cetera. So again, as Christine stated, those are just normal increases that occur each year. Some of the other increases that you'll see, in particular for the Parks Maintenance staff, Community Center, Middlebridge, Kinney Bungalow, again, those increases are due to the fact that everything is just costing more money. So when we look at the numbers each year, we try our very best to make increases to be able to meet the demands of the costs, the increasing costs that occur annually. Yes. Oh, and of course, as Chris had mentioned earlier, the request for one additional full-time employee for the Parks Maintenance Department as a heavy equipment operator. And again, Christine had touched on that earlier in the presentation.
Can you just give a soundbite, just so the general public and myself, what is a heavy equipment operator?
So a heavy equipment operator is different than a laborer in the fact that they're allowed with the Class A CDL license, which most laborers do not have. So again, an employee would have to attend certain training and classes to be able to get that certain classification and maintain that classification annually. So that's really the big difference right there, that it is a specified license that normal laborers do not have.
Would the idea here be that we would be promoting from within and encouraging somebody to take those classes and certifications, or are we gonna, net new position entirely?
No, absolutely. In fact, I know of at least 2 staff members that would be hoping to take those classes and possibly be promoted to that position.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. In general, do you have any questions about the operating budget? Of course, we have increases with, contracted services, and, those are our plumbing services, our electricians, EWR debt, and all those kinds of services that contractually are bid out, and their prices are what they are with the bid process.
Just, again, a soundbite to the incredible staff under Parks and Rec. Really tremendous service that they're providing year-round. And always bringing in the most vibrant of summer employees as well. Just in general, I just wanted to make sure that you feel good about the total number of staff under you when it comes to like the maintenance during the busy summer months and like the parks, cutting the grass, addressing some of the maintenance needs at the town beach, stuff like that.
So certainly, the acquisition of an additional full-time employee for parks maintenance would be welcome. Like Steve Dano had said earlier, the guys at both departments do a phenomenal job, and the work is constant. There's never any downtime ever. As soon as the winter season ends, like this year, we are already full speed ahead with the summer season. As you know, our parks maintenance staff rakes the beach every morning, beginning at 4 a.m., and again, works that long day until 3:30 when their shift ends. And that's not to say there's other hot potatoes that come around after hours, incidences where a door might be left open accidentally, or we have some vandalism to the restrooms. We have alarms going off in buildings, so the guys are always there to come back to work and take care of all of our needs with respect to those types of situations. So concerning the seasonal beach staff, again, we always hire the exact number or a little bit more of what we need, especially keeping in mind the college staff that needs to go back to school, especially if they're sports people, girls and boys. They always have to go back early in August. So we always plan for that, having more of a senior staff available for later in the season to carry us through the Labor Day holiday. So when it comes to seasonal staff, we do our very best to make sure our numbers are where they need to be. And also our camp staff, our new recreation manager, Robert, does a great job hiring staff. This will be his second year, and he just had a meeting last week with his staff. So we have a full complement of counselors this year because we already have signups for summer camp.
Excellent. And I know I've given a soundbite to the public before. You know, at the end of every beach season, a survey goes out, and it's hard to really build on a really positive report from the year prior, but it does seem to be consistent and get better every year. Again, it speaks volumes to the courtesy and the lead of the town staff, and as well as the leadership as well. So. Again, you guys are doing a tremendous job at the town beach, and you know everyone loves to call it the jewel, and it really is. Having worked there seven summers myself, never a dull moment, and it really was the best place to work. In regards to management at the town beach, do we still have? I didn't see listed here town beach manager. Are you taking on that role, or is there a full-time?
No,
town
we
beach
have
manager?
a new acting beach manager. His name
Okay.
is John Reed Kasner.
Yep.
And he stepped into the role and worked briefly with Bill Eckert, our former beach manager, up until November. So Reed's been onboarding with myself, Joe Harvey, the parks foreman, and also the parks maintenance staff, and learning the ropes of what is before him with getting the beach up and running. And Mr. Eckert will be coming back on a part-time basis to assist with that institutional knowledge on the daily in and outs of how the beach runs every day. So we are grateful to have him back for that, and we are looking forward to another great summer season.
Awesome. And then really appreciate that. And again, I don't even know if this is an appropriate time to even ask, but since we're talking possible revenue, have we filled up the food trucks for the season?
Yes, so we had one food truck back out. So we have another food truck that was on the waiting list. And they are in the process of getting their vendor license with the town. So we will have 6 food trucks for the 2026 summer season. And then I have 2 more calls out to the remaining 2 individuals on the food truck waiting list because I know there has been an interest in having more trucks that participate in food truck night. So hopefully if anybody's out there listening and if they have an interest, they can certainly give me a call. And we could talk about that further.
Excellent. I'll refrain from additional questions until we get more into capital. Does anyone-
I'm going to jump in operational for a second, if I can. Thank you for everything you do. You do a great job.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Operational maintenance, and operations, does that cover field conditions as well?
It does. So
So-
mainly, all of the field work comes out of the parks maintenance budget, and that would be anything from operating supplies needed to take care of the fields to our grounds maintenance budget. So if we needed overseeding, sand, loom, and all that kind of stuff that we need,
That-
paint for lining.
That doesn't go into capital, that goes
No, sir,
into
that's in the
line.
parks maintenance general budget.
Okay, I guess I'll ask this question because that's where it falls into. I know the Little League is going to be coming in and talking with you about some upgrades to the field conditions.
Yes, I haven't heard from a Jay yet.
I will make sure he contacts.
Thank you. I did let the parks foreman know that somebody would be reaching out to us.
Okay, all right. I'll get to the capital after.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions for operating? All right, on to capital.
Okay, so capital, we always budget for landscape and trees. Vehicle replacement, we have not been able to replace vehicles in the last 4 budget cycles, so Mr. Tierney was very helpful in allowing us to put in 2 vehicles this year, trying to maintain our vehicle replacement schedule that we've had for many years in the department. So these 2 vehicles, one will replace a truck that has not been replaced for several years. It was our trash truck. So our oldest vehicle will then move to a trash truck, and then another vehicle that we haven't been able to replace. They were? I'm sorry, stand by.
Yeah, I just had a general question on that. It looks like it was moved again.
I'm sorry, it was moved. I apologize.
I
Thank
hate
you.
to be the bearer of
I'm
unfortunate news.
sorry, you know what, I'm looking right at it, it's
'Cause-
0. I'm sorry, we did push those. Thank you.
Those are kicked out a year.
Thank you.
I mean,
you.
again, is
It was my wish, I was trying. No.
trying
No,
to
I'm
will
sorry.
it into the budget.
Correct.
You know, there's still more dialogue to be had, but
Correct.
even a soundbite on that is still helpful for us.
It is, and the vehicles that we have now, and again, as Stephen Dano had said, the men keep up with the maintenance of the vehicles, but again, now this will be the 4th budget cycle, so soon we're going to be able to really need to put those vehicles into the budget. Hopefully
And-
next year.
Out of curiosity, why was the landscaping, trees, ornamentals moved to the operating portion of the budget?
Because they're only $1,000.
Oh.
It's not really a capital.
See,
don't
I didn't
know.
even see that part listed. There was all these zeros,
Yeah,
so.
it's been listed
Okay.
there forever, but I'm going to move it.
More organized. Thank you.
Right. Oh, that's okay. So did I. You're right, and that would just be absorbed with the grounds maintenance budget for parks maintenance. Over the past few years, we've been talking about lighting replacement, going to LED lighting at Sprague Park. It's a lot of money, a real lot of money. So last year, we spent several $1,000s with EW Audette and Musco Lighting, getting all of the light bulbs at Sprague Park replaced, making sure they're all in good working order. And as far as I know, the field is nice and bright. All the lumens, how it's all supposed to be lit up is wonderful. So I think moving to LED lighting, and again, it could be upwards of $300,000 can be pushed to a future project.
Do we have lights on the tennis courts at
We do.
Christopher or Sprague at night?
Yes.
Just from a general experience, I was often going to Old Mountain Field, seeking out evening summers to play tennis outdoors. And what I really appreciated about the services they were providing was that, you hit a button and the light goes on for a certain period of time and then it turns off. So I was like, I was always saying, oh, I wish we had this in Narragansett. I know that there's an expense that comes with that, obviously, but it's just something, if we don't have it, just something to consider in the future.
Yeah, so we do work with Musco Lighting, and we can have the lights turned off and on a timer system. And that's what we do at Boone Street Park, especially this time of year. So the lights now are on at Boone Street from, I believe, 7 or maybe 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock.
Awesome. Thank you.
I would just ask that we go with warm LEDs versus cold LEDs.
I agree. They really do hurt your eyes. They do. Moving on to capital, our fence replacement. The fence project at the lower soccer field at Dominic Cristofaro Park is in the budget. Court resurfacing, that money, again, is to continue to be used for the pickleball project at Clark Road, yes. So again, right now, we're waiting on a storm water management quote. We have a DEM application pending because we have wetland setbacks, which we knew, and we need to get a price on what it's going to cost to do a stormwater assessment, which is a requirement of the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management.
Am I reading this correctly, that the resurfacing of the pickleball courts is projected to be $440,000?
That would be if we went to post-tension concrete, sir.
Okay. It's just surprising how expensive it is. And in general, you know, if there's a reason why cracks are forming, and I believe maybe that was something that was being referenced to regarding to the surface underneath it. Because obviously if we're investing and spending this amount of money to finish a surface only for the ground to, you know, within the next couple of years give way and for more cracks to form, it's just going to be an expense that's incurred over a period of time. So just something to think about.
As I've previously mentioned, the courts at Clark Road are over 50 years old. They were originally done by the Army Corps of Engineers for Camp Jory. We know that repairing the cracks, filling them, painting them over is really just a Band-Aid. So it's time that we get our courts on a refurbishing or a redo schedule. So I think it's important that we start here at pickleball. We do have a great interest in hundreds of people in town. They've spoken to the council before, the ad hoc committee. So hopefully we'll be able to move forward with that project in the future.
Yeah, I agree too. Not to beat a dead horse on this, but not only is this like probably the fastest growing sport in America right now, but it's, you know, it's people of all ages who are embracing this. And, you know, we've got a fantastic indoor pickleball facility in town as well as outdoor courts, and they're still very regularly full everywhere, especially during the summer. Well, during the summer, because nobody's playing outdoors right now. But really just echoing, you know, where you're prioritizing different services in the town, you know, I second that.
Moving on, so I have some bad news. We heard from RIDEM yesterday. We did not receive the $300,000 open space grant for the skate park that we had put in for. So we were disappointed to hear that. However, the money budgeted for this fiscal year will be used for the continued renovations, Phase 2, and possibly part of Phase 3 for the Cristofaro Playground. Phase 1 was just completed. We opened that park on Monday, and then we've received a lot of good feedback about the structures that are new there with Phase 1. My plan would be to move forward with continuing to find other grant money to help fund this skate park project.
So I will talk. I don't know if the council's, have we received pictures of Phase 2? I know I've seen Phase 2. Has the council received pictures of Phase 2 yet?
I'm not sure.
So if you could send that to us, that would be awesome.
Please.
Please. So, the skate park. I mean, you were there with me when we looked at the eyes in those children, when we opened that quick bike park,
The dirt lot, yeah.
the dirt park. And that was lovely for them, right? And then the trust made us take it away. I totally get it, you know, stuff happens. But like, I will maintain that the families in this town really are interested in not just a skate park, but they're interested in other things besides the beach. And they're very passionate about it, right? So I don't know if there's a way to get this skate park back in this budget, but I would like to see it back in this budget. I'd like to see the beginnings of it, at least. I don't understand. Like, if we want families to move into this town, which is what everybody wants to have happen, then we have to build things for families to move into this town, and a skate park is one of them. You know, improved playgrounds are another one. I know you do a great job. This is not anything else, except for I'm very passionate about it, right? And I think I've made a case for being passionate about it. So I would implore you all to talk about it a little more and see if we can get this skate park done, because I think the families would be super happy about it. And I know they're not going to be happy about it being taken out. So I'm just asking for you to revisit it if you can, please.
Just a suggestion, if I could. Is it possible to convene the families together for a meeting to see if it's possible, if we could start with possibly 2 raised structures to give the kids a place to go and to really skate on real structures, whether it's a half pipe or a rail or whatever they thought would be best, and try to again see the desire for the skate park, and then possibly see if there is an interest to maybe add more structures until we really could fund it in the budget for a concrete bowl type skate park.
I think that some starting point is a good starting point, so I'd be happy to reach out to some folks and see if they can organize something, and then I can contact you on that.
Great, okay.
The other thing I'd add is, not to toot Mr. Durkin's horn here, but I know when, some years ago, when there was serious talk going on about updating the new athletic complex at the high school, and the concerns for costs that were going on with that project, that there was a lot of people involved and excited about this, and I believe at that time there was a lot of fundraising going on to support that initiative. This seems like a possible project that could definitely draw in some serious interest for fundraising initiatives outside of the costs for the town. I saw that just based on when this was a topic of conversation that was brought before the town council in the past, a couple months back, I believe. We saw the excitement, the energy at that time, and I believe even at that time it was even shared that there were people who would definitely be encouraged and excited to donate to a cause like this. So, just an idea.
Well, I could certainly speak with the group to see if there is an interest in fundraising efforts.
I would even reach out to various organizations and see if they too would be interested in participating in a fundraising type of event, because I know it's something that we've talked about, at the Rotary Club. It's something that we've also mentioned. So I think if we really wanted to fundraising and start reaching out to various people and organizations, we might be able to actually do something. But I wanted to ask, and I know you didn't get there yet, but camp renovations, and it was cut. What were you looking at to do at camp renovations?
So There is an interest, we've been talking about it for a couple of years, about making it into a real rec center. And I know the Economic Development Committee was looking at it as well. So that's something we have been talking about. It would be nice to have it be a full year-round facility, but structurally, it needs to change. As you know, it just has one big room, which is the main area of the building, and then it has a couple of back rooms. There's no second floor except for the cupola, so a lot of work and thought needs to go into what we want to do with that building. So right now, there are some windows on the second floor that need to be replaced. The lower windows were replaced about 7 years ago. There's been a request to get Wi-Fi into the building as well, for when Peg for Debts group comes in for the holiday street fair, and any other organizations that might want to use the building.
Thank you. I agree with Jason. I think, if we want to bring families in, we really need to provide opportunities for kids and to be able to have different things that they can do. And I think that's a great start, too, to look at it, look at that facility or a facility somewhere for some type of a rec situation.
I agree.
And the other thing I'd add, too, is that, everyone always talks about the beach, and it does. It provides an extreme resource to the town that we're all, as residents, benefiting from. But there's, I remember growing up and going to Cristofaro, going to play at George C., and even Mr. Durkin here was my baseball coach once upon a time at George C. And, there was never a day during, the academic year or during the summer where we weren't, really excited to, go out and go to Cristofaro and go to the playground or play tennis or kick a soccer ball around. So we really do have tremendous facilities and recreational services all around town. So, I just want to echo, I don't think there's any doubt that our director 100% supports all of these recreational services. And, I just understand that there's limitations when it comes to budgeting and tough choices have to be made. But, it's just, again, echoing, it's not only a matter of drawing people in through recreational services that are provided, but also maintaining ones that are already in existence as well. So,
Alex, on this particular one, we discussed it, and we noted in here too. It's a building it's a very unique layout, and one of the thoughts was, instead of just going forward with this plan, more of a design study on it to see if someone could come up with some type of a design that would work to make the facility more usable, more user-friendly for the purposes that we want it for.
Cafeteria. I think it was the cafeteria when the Camp Fury had it.
It could have been it, and also the Clark Center. There's pictures of the cafeteria-style seating being in that building as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of kitchen equipment in there. I remember walking through the back end of that. There's a lot of electricity and...
Sorry, can you just orient me to what item number we're on? Camp renovations.
Correct. We were just finishing the last of Parks Capital
Sorry about that.
with the camp renovations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
So moving on to the beach, I believe, is next. And again, we've talked a lot about the beach. We just had, obviously, the workshop on beach fees. You obviously know our plan, hopefully, potential renovations, multi-million-dollar project for South Pavilion. We intend on having another workshop soon to get public input. And then the rest of the capital items are the traditional items that we have annually. Sand replenishment, building maintenance and repairs. Where is it? I can't find it. Oh, there we go. And then renovations to the North Pavilion. We do need to have one half of the roof replaced at the North Pavilion. Not the new roof, the other half. We've had a constant leak. We were hoping the new roof would help with that, but it has not.
How is the underside of these pavilions, like the piping and the infrastructure going on with there?
So that has been difficult, especially with the storms. Actually, just this week, we had one of the water meters from the North Pavilion that was underneath the North Pavilion moved to the main floor in the back area where the locker areas are. Also, we have a plan in place with Atlantic Plumbing to change the metal plumbing underneath the South Pavilion to PEX to make it easier to replace when we do have those strong storm surges. So we are trying very vehemently to make sure we're getting these buildings up to speed and also protecting them as best we can from the elements of the ocean and storm surge. So otherwise, the structures are in good shape. Again, South Pavilion needs some renovations, but overall, our facilities at the beach, again, like I said, are in very good shape.
Thank you.
Middlebridge, which of course is next on the list, and that is an enterprise fund. We have budgeted capital money in hopes of assisting with replacing the roof at 95 Middlebridge Road. As you know, I believe I have mentioned it before, we are putting out an RFQ for a restaurant business. We'll be finalizing that RFQ shortly. We do have an interested party, but of course it needs to go out as an RFQ. And we would like to assist with that and those renovations with replacing the roof.
You said a RFQ for a restaurant business?
Correct. So you remember Old Wiley's back in the day?
Yep.
It would not be a full-service restaurant. It would be more like sandwiches and soups, probably an operation, breakfast items too, from probably like 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon.
Oh, very cool.
So I'll keep you posted on that.
Did we not have a meeting with them already once, or is that?
We've had several meetings, yes.
I thought we did. I thought we talked to them about.
We did, yeah.
Okay.
Andre Boudreau
Yeah.
is the gentleman that's interested.
Lobster thing?
Yep, lobster
lob-
rolls.
I met him at
Mhm.
the airport somewhere, and he came up to me right away. He's like, oh, you know.
He was pitching his plan.
Yeah.
And next would be Kinney Bungalow. And as just a reminder, currently we have a contractor, Fuss & O'Neill, who's putting together a plan for HVAC at the building. So at some point, we'll need to make a decision if that's something the council would want to approve and make that a year-round facility. Because as you know, we do not have heat in that building. That building is closed down mid-November until March.
Cool.
Michelle, do you know if there's been any interest in using it as a wedding venue in the off-season?
There have been, yeah. We get requests all the time for like holiday events, winter weddings, and you know, when we have to tell people, I'm sorry, you know, we have to close the building down. It's a disappointment because it is a beautiful venue.
So is the HVAC in the budget? I don't.
No, we've pushed that out. We've pushed that out until, I believe, 27, 28, I believe. We're putting some money, just as a placeholder, again, because we don't know what the cost is going to be.
Right.
But this proposal that Fuss & O'Neill is putting together, they're going to tell us what the best system is for that historic building and how much it's going to cost.
Okay, thank you.
I wonder if geothermal would be good for that. You know, just, that's all right.
Well, in general, I think it's
It's too cold.
I think it's a really great project and initiative that I would definitely support. I think, especially if there's interest that you've seen, and knowing the, potential revenue that we'd get from that year-round, I think any opportunities that we can get to get more revenue year-round, that way we can like put those funds towards something else, so.
Absolutely. And
Skate
it's not
parks.
just a wedding venue. We could get corporate events in there.
Right.
It could be anything. Right now, it's a party / birthday / anniversary / wedding venue, but it could be so much more.
Mhm.
Yes, and of course, Sunset Farm. And as Chris had alerted initially, we have put money into that budget because the roof of the barn, as we all know, needs to be fixed.
And I noticed that these are building renovations that have been budgeted out for the next 6 years, $50,000. Is that all the roof? Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line. Never mind. Sorry about that.
That's how I was going to say, ooh, thanks.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Disregard.
No, I see you were looking at the towers. I saw that too, actually.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, they happen to be on the same page. But other than that, if nobody has any other questions regarding capital, Mr. Colonies, I'll certainly work with that, the group from the neighborhood and see if we can get some plans together. But again, we will continue to look for funding for that project because I do know that other communities throughout the state have received funding for similar projects.
Any other capital-related questions? Is this the last part? Are you doing towers as well? No.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much, Michelle, for your incredible service to this town and for your patience this evening. It's been a long budget workshop, and really, really appreciate the amount of added efforts that went into this.
Thank you. And thank you to you.
Thank you, Michelle.
So just to ground us where we are right now, I think we still have towers and a couple other areas of the budget, including appropriations, which will be tomorrow, town clerk, I think there's finance. IT. So I think we've touched everyone's budget who is not planning on being here tomorrow, and anyone who's had the real honor of having to join the council 2 days in a row will be able to present tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what I can do is because the order will probably change because of the people who are staying here the latest, we will keep us all at the end and do the appropriations first. We'll just put an order together for you, and if you would like the booklet on the work sessions, if you would like to leave them, we can do tabbing for the items that we're going to have tomorrow night, if you'd like.
Oh, that's all right. If anyone else wants to take Jim up on that, to leave your packet here, he can put tabs in for you so that it's easier to navigate. I'm good, I can add them in myself. But what I would like to ask the council before we wrap up here, while Mr. Torrealde is present, if we could possibly have a consensus on the direction of the bond, the $8.5 million. I know I fully support this. I know, there's just so much added in here that is a necessity, and I appreciate how it's been broken down. So I support this initiative, and I just would like to develop a consensus.
Can we add a skate park to that and bond that as well? This doesn't seem like that would be too much of an ask.
I don't know who you're directing that question to.
I would have to reach out to bond counsel. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Skate parks don't.
I don't know.
I mean, it's like 300, right? It's like 300?
300,000.
A little more.
Why don't we check that out, see if that's possible?
Can you check that out?
I will call him and find out.
Thank you.
Okay.
I am fine with it as is. If you decide that you want to add it in while I am not here, that's fine, but I am fine with proceeding with it as is.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's a second.
So well, we don't need to have an official vote on this. This is just general consensus. So, again, we can talk more about this tomorrow, but I appreciate Mr. Torialde for providing his feedback, and it does sound like there's a general consensus. And I don't know if you're going to be able to find out. Oh, go ahead.
How about the 3 million for the fire stations 1 and 3? Because if we
Oh, yeah.
have a
Thank
consensus
you.
on that, we can get bond council moving on a resolution, bring it to the council, then it has to go to legislation, and then it goes on the ballot.
Yes, also a timely one.
It's a timely one.
Absolutely, 100% support that initiative as well. You know, I'm grateful and honored to have those men and women serving our community, and I think this is one additional way in which we can pay it forward.
And again, we would bring it to you to vote.
Yep.
But I don't want to do it for anyone.
Right, just need a
Right.
general consensus, of course, here.
Town will be off balance with that nice station down in Point Judith.
Right.
And just
So,
to be clear, I would support the bond no matter what, but if you could look into that, that would be amazing.
is there a general consensus in support of the 3.1 million for the fire?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. That's helpful as we continue to solidify the budget as we present it to you. Thank you.
Awesome.
So it's clear that if you get the okay on the skate park, you're going to add that to the 8 million, right? We don't have to talk about that again?
Well, we can talk about it more tomorrow.
Yeah.
What Councilor Torialde, who's not going to be in attendance, has provided us is, you know, fruitful for that dialogue.
Just the consensus provides us direction to
Yes.
to how far we want to delve into something. Thanks.
And with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone for being here. And, you know, is there anything else that you want to add or want us to, like, address since you're not going to be in attendance?
No.
Okay.
Want to get out of here.
Awesome. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And